This is a reconvening of our special meeting that started on November 10th and has been recessed and reconvened several times. So now we are in open session, and today we're properly reviewing the evaluation for our two general managers. We're going to start with John Beneventi, and then we'll proceed with Miguel Bordallo after that. Okay? It's an open session. So, John, what do we do? Yeah, excuse me. Okay. First, Commissioner Michel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, in regards to potential conflict or conflict of interest, I've identified Chapter 15, the standard of conduct for elected officers, appointed officers, and public employees of the government of Guam. And per the Chapter 15, conflicts of interest are defined by no employee shall take any official action directly affecting business or other undertaking in which the employee has a financial interest. And financial interest is defined as the following in Section F. Financial interest means an interest held by an individual, his or her spouse, natural, adopted, or dependent children, parents, parents-in-law, siblings, or siblings-in-law, in which is an ownership interest in a business, a creditor interest in an insolvent business, an employment or prospective employment for which negotiations have begun, an ownership interest in personal or real property, a loan or other debtor interest, or directorship or officership in a business. And my wife, my spouse, Tracy Limtiaco, is an employee of GPA, which falls under the direct management of John Beneventi, the general manager of GPA, who we are evaluating today. So I want to identify that how I evaluate the general manager could have an impact on how my spouse is eventually evaluated. So I believe that there's a conflict here. I want to disclose it to the commission. And I also want to point out that Section G of the law requires me to do such, that I shall verbally disclose at the meeting, if any, the nature of such interest, and shall have such disclosure placed in the official records of the agency. So I'm doing that in official capacity, and I will be recusing myself during the evaluation of John Beneventi. However, I do want to say for the record, Mr. Chair, that I believe that these evaluations are one of the most important things that we should be doing as a commission. I'm very disappointed that I couldn't participate in the evaluation. I feel that I could be impartial, and regardless of how I would evaluate the general manager, I would make it, I think it would be important that he perform his duties as a general manager and evaluate all his subordinates accordingly, regardless of any influence that any of the commissioners would have. However, there is a clear conflict, and I will recuse myself.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
For the record, whether it was PA or GW.
Full confidence in you, but thank you for making sure that we follow the law. Yes, Commissioner. What? Oh. Yeah, that's right. He's our scribe. You're very important here.
Well, I'm wondering, can we at least tabulate?
No. I
I
think
think we can give it to him, right? He's not, we'll go around the room.
it
Right.
says
And when we
participate.
get to Mr. Limpiaco.
Read again.
I haven't looked at it.
To the request for me to participate in the tabulation of it.
Sure.
Section G of Chapter 15 does say that all employees is defined in this section, and an employee is defined as an elected official in this section who know or with a reasonable investigation should know that the employee has a financial interest in any decision pending before that employee or the agency of which the employee is a member. shall not vote for or against, discuss, decide, in any way participate in considering the matter, or seek to influence the votes or decisions of others on such matter. So I believe that we should, my participation should not, I should not participate at all.
Yes, at all. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I thank you for that. I agree. You wanna, you're gonna figure it out? We'll figure it out. Okay, no problem. Thank you very much. Sure. Okay. And also, for the record, I'd like Commissioner Santos, that same definition of financial interest where it says sibling in-laws,
Yeah.
that covers you. And so therefore, I see the same conflict you have with regards to Miguel.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay, that's for the record. Okay. Okay, John, you're up. Gonna have you give us a little presentation, John.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I'd like to go ahead and about a 10-15-minute presentation giving you an update, which actually reflects onto all information that are related to the KPIs and all the all the scoring issues, all the scoring criteria within the area. So again, I'd like to start with. Yeah.
For example, we're going to start at 1.1, right?
Yeah.
John, did you follow how this is set up?
Yeah.
You know,
All
there,
over the place.
I think it's pretty much structured, but I think almost every aspect of what I'm showing is really has a part in sections, different sections.
Okay.
So,
let me
really,
let me share what we did, right?
Yeah.
So for the past interviews is that, for example, on 1.1,
yeah. Mm-hmm.
so then we go down to 1.1, then we just
We ask you to
Right,
give
and
us
then-
your score.
then the other thing, if you want to do it, Simon, is to describe to him the levels of
The rating scale.
3, 4, 5.
Okay.
Yeah, but
So, yeah, I'm sorry, John.
With
No
So-
problem.
This is we have developed a rating system. These be evaluated. Manager of the be rated on a rating scale. 1. 5 is significantly exceeds expectations. 4 is it exceeds expectations. Or 3 meets expectations. Or 2 inconsistently meets marginal. 1 fails to meet is unsatisfactory. And in practice, sometimes you can be rated 3.5 or commissioner, but these are sort of the range of scores that you can achieve. To achieve a 5, significantly exceeds an outstanding commissioner or the applicant. Standing or significantly exceeding. We have a score range of between 1 and 2. Then we look at these areas, your performance, managing operations, be rated in a number of, and score for that category will represent managing finance, will score in that section be 15 evaluation score. Managing people will also be 15% of your total evaluation score. And managing information will also be 10% of your total. With that, we would then go down section by section, beginning with managing operations. So, John, in the spirit of Commissioner Santos' question, which is perhaps in this section, just talk about.
Yeah, I think if I may, I think the presentation itself touches in every area because you can really evaluate. I'm not just I'm not just responsible for engineering, no? I'm responsible for the whole system. And so therefore, the success and the failures of the whole system is really how it applies. So island-wide power system, you know, you have generation, T&D and everything. What are the impacts overall? So I can talk about, yeah, high reliability and all of that, but I think the presentation itself highlights the, you know, and puts credence or failure to this area. So by going through the presentation, then afterwards we can actually pick out particular ones of it, you know, to express to again to support the different areas of the thing.
I mean,
So,
neither approach is wrong. They're both good. I just find it maybe easier for the commission. Section 1 is managing operations. First 5 sections of Section 1 is maintaining reliability of power. Could you pull from your presentation? We would put your whole presentation, as we've done for other colleagues. We put the whole thing
We'll add that.
in your file, right? And that'll be available. All of this is available to the public, right, as required by law. But for example, you don't need to talk about finances in Section 1.1 through 1.15. It's all about operations. So I think Commissioner Santos was suggesting is it helps us to say, all right, John, you have your complete presentation, but let's focus on, can you pull out of your presentation, talk about how you handle the operations of the island-wide power system, and you know your presentation well enough. You can say, turn to page 3, 5. Would you be able to do it that way?
I don't think so, Mr. Chair. Not efficiently. I'm saying the presentation, and again, I can probably as I go through it, I can say, okay, this applies to operation. Because again, it's not just the reliability today that we're talking about. When you talk about the GM, you're talking about also the planning and the future reliability and everything of the system. So they all have some part in this, in what I have done, because what I may have done for this particular year is really gonna come to fruition in 2 or 3 years.
Yes.
So that's all important to do that. Huh?
Okay,
In my
Commissioner
opinion,
Santos. Right.
And 18, I believe. Right? 18.
I think we only listed
I thought it was 18, 19, 20. I thought it was the last 3 years.
evaluation period. We didn't put it.
For
18,
the
19,
other manager, I believe, Mr. Chairman, I could be wrong, but I thought for the other managers it was 18.
Some were only
18,
19
19,
and
and
20. Some were 19. So some were 19 and 20. But we haven't put the evaluation period in this one. So we can put in FY 18,
FY 19 and FY 20.
18.
John, does your presentation go back to the last 3 fiscal
actually,
years?
Mr. And again, if I could
Back before
explain, like, Commissioner, if I can explain myself, no?
Yes.
The evaluation made on myself was 2018, right? And then that became an issue, and all of that became null and void. So in effect, really, it's kind of null and void. So my presentation is really from the time you made me general manager, which is 2015, to date. No?
Okay.
So that's the. So
So
I
you
think
still
if
cover those
anything,
years.
it's all together and completed as one analysis, be it as it may. No, and then.
And John, I don't have a problem with this presentation. This is very good and will certainly be part of the evaluation. But here's the thing. We are challenged by being as objective as possible. Therefore, what we've done, what we would like to do is have you rate yourself on each one of these blocks.
Yeah,
And then we would discuss our rating. Go ahead.
And again, objectively, to relate all of this, right, you really have to say in the beginning, I'm just going to rate you on whether, to be objective, not subjective, but objective, right? I'm going to rate you, if the power plant availability were all above 80%, then you're good, no? But that's not the case, right? With all of this. I have proof of what we have done. It's just that it's not a specific metric or whatever that we kind of set up in the beginning, no, to make it happen. So that's why I kind of have the concept what I'm doing. Because I've done it. Otherwise, it's very difficult to go back and reconstruct all of these things. Eh? Which may apply to that particular one. No?
We can do it that way. Go ahead, John. Go ahead. Do the presentation.
It won't take long at all. It's just okay. Again, most of what's driving the office, no, the GM and all that is really the strategic plan that was put together, and also the fact that the integrated resource plan. This is the planning of where the utility is going to go, moving forward. Eh? And then every year you have some objectives to make that happen. So again, that plan was developed in 2009, and that's been kind of updated throughout the years somewhat. The integrated resource plan is 2016, and again, it's about high reliability, financial strength, employee effectiveness, and safe and reliable operations. No, next, all of these KPIs were established, and again, sustain customer improvement, provide affordable and valued products, develop sustainable workforce, achieve system reliability, and effective use of technology. And again, the metric here is like green is what you call it, exceeds. Yellow is meeting target under this one, and then here under the trend, yellow is kind of is on its way. Trend up, green is trending upward, improving, and of course, red in any one of this is not of any particular good. Next, so again, looking back at the integrated resource plan, increasing fuel diversity again, going towards solar and renewables, and looking towards LNG. We've been working on this over the past several years. Complying with EPA, again, the consent decree has come to fruition. Over the years, we are always subjected to huge penalties. DOD build up, again, it's on its way. We built a transmission line up to the system now. No issues about whether we can meet the DOD build up and its peaks that's been built up. Looking at the retirement of the units, and again, we've done that. A life extension report was done, but also more recently, what are we going to keep after we get the new power plant? Reduce customer outages, again, this is an issue that we're looking at. This is where you see that customer outages is still a concern of ours today until we can get the 40 megawatts of energy storage batteries on the line, because most of the outages you see today are generation related when the power plant trips. Nothing, but the one thing we can say is that since 2013 or 15, there hasn't been a blackout. And I like to knock on wood, and that's because we were able to now work within this system, no? Until we can get to there. Next. Again, procuring additional 40 megawatts. That's on its way. Can help that the protest is going to, the OPA. It went through the OPA. The OPA student decision was in our favor, but now it's at the Superior Court. The Vice MAC compliance, again, that's done during the consent decree, moving forward. So again, these are all the different scenarios that are related to integrated resource that have been worked on throughout this period of time to, again, to have heading towards reliable power and fuel diversity. No? Transparency and accuracy. Again, these are the things that have been done in terms of the organization, billing statements, newsletter, redesigning the statement, completion of the CCMB, which allow both utilities to work together. At the same time, allows customers to monitor their consumption of energy. So these are a lot of the benefits that we've provided to the customer now to improve how they use their energy. Website, monthly newsletters, and all. Accounting services, again, they can pay by phone, email, social media. Where every year we're getting about 600 new customers. I'm not sure we're constantly keeping them on track and turning them on. There's not been a problem in that. CCMB between GPA and GWA. Sometime soon, I hope maybe in 2021, you have that one customer service working for both. No. Next. Convenience, again, there's many things that were provided to the customer over these years. Allow them, to pay their services, to communicate, pay by phone, the mobile app, incentives provided to the customers. Again, rebates from the DSM. We started it with 2015 or so, very slowly, and now it's gotten its mushroom now to a very beneficial program that we're going to push out about $3 million a year. Again, the DSM funding of 1.5 every 6 months wasted $3 million a year. Strengthening the island-wide power system. Again, we completed a new SCADA system, upgraded it, located in this location, which is Homeland Security. Continued changing of the wooden poles, continued hybrid systems on the underground systems. Most of these projects were completed or reconstructed. Some of these projects were the old underground direct barrels that we've been upgrading as necessary. As we move along. And again, we encourage and it's finally in Patrician underground 34.5 transmission line from Harmon all the way to Anderson. This is part of the plan that would allow them to run during a storm. They have an underground system within the base. Again, here, after the Cabras resiliency of the system, after the Cabras explosion, we did a lot of things, which have resulted in less than 1% of the customers affected by any rolling blackouts again through this period. We did all of this, and again, each one in particular had all its challenges, but it was accomplished. And then we continue to overhaul the unit because we have a lower reserve for the period, but yet we've been maintaining the units and the availability has been high and able to sustain energy without any load shedding. The outages occurring are short, intermittent outages, but not rolling load shedding like results when you don't have enough capacity. Asset planning. Again, these are improvements that are occurring that are not necessarily in the front line. GIS information being put onto one GIS system, workforce management, vehicle and equipment tracking, predictive maintenance where we try to find out what will fail ahead of time so we can fix it. Storm readiness, again, we had several storms. We prepared, we recovered. Reimbursements, we got reimbursements from FEMA for those storms, and these were the two Typhoon Dolphin and Typhoon Mangkut. We got about 6 to 9 million. The underground system, we continue to move forward, trying to underground the entire Tumun area so that they can run through a storm or after a storm. Again, this is revenue protection in the area. And again, our inventory, 12 million, and more. The fleet we've been buying a lot of new equipment, so therefore we're prepared for storms. Next generation, again, the new power plant. It will meet and exceed environmental regulatory requirements, efficient technology, eliminating 17 million gallons a year. And again, this is the ones that are coming up within the next 3 years. Fuel diversity, ultra low sulfur diesel, potentially natural gas, solar PV. Will be eliminating all of the RFO. Achieving a 25% renewable by about 2023, and then you see in this coming year, moving the plan to move towards 50% renewable no later than 2035. No, back up. Back up. Yeah. The new underground system, 120 megawatts of solar PV were contracted in 2018. And again, that will be coming on the line around the 2022-2023 at 8.5 cents a kilowatt hour. That's over 9 million a year savings in energy costs. And then phase 3, again, that was 11 cents. That's going to save about $5 million a year. And again, we're ahead of our timelines, but uncertainly, when we talk about lower energy costs for the consumer, all of this is heading to that point, so that in 2023 you will have lower costs and you would have sustainable costs, meaning the impact on fuel oil, on oil energy is reduced at least 25% and then 50%, so then we can have a more stable rate system in Guam. No? Next. Lower energy costs, again, throughout the LEAC. The LEAC that's 0.60868. That's going to be that way for, actually, if everything rolls out and approved by the PUC for 14 months. In one period of time, we held the LEAC at its highest point at 15 cents for over 1 year, almost 2 years. And again, just trying to help the customer in terms of mitigating the impact of fuel oil costs, even though we didn't have any control over fuel oil costs. No? So again, the LEAC, we've also worked on the, and again, if you look our kilowatt hour costs, we're really the lowest within all the Pacific area and a lot of the islands, so even Virgin Islands and other areas. LED street lights, we're almost there. Where everything we're changing out now is all being turned to LED. Is going to save about $1 million a year for the community. No, next. Financial solvency, again, despite the 3 and 4 explosion, typhoons, the pandemic, the issue about the island's revenue loss because of the Trump tax, despite all of that, we've come through with the credit rating agencies as stable or improve in our credit rating. Again, that's showing the resiliency and of the financial institution. Cost savings, again, our O&M budget is always coming in below our target, and all of that. All these years, we've taken over TEMIS. That plan went down from $6 million a year, and we're operating it for less than $1 million now. The 8 and 9 ownership turnover, and so we've been able to negotiate for a 5-year. Again, eliminating the capital investment part goes away at $15 million. However, at least we're able to get the plan still operating continuously for 5 more years. This new building in itself being completed and all the operation has its own direct and indirect savings. The robotic process that recently is being used also. Our labor has gone from 512 to 445 over the past several years, showing we've been trying to right size the company in many ways. No, next. Network. This is something in the works right now. We're studying. We have a group consultant studying the the network of power and water so that we can get to one system that will be beneficial or reduce costs. So we'll have a report on that very shortly. But again, that's leading towards the model towards more savings in the future. Next, CIP. Again, the new power plant. We found the land at substantially lower cost for investment. And again, financing and insurance. We refinanced the bonds if we go, saving 500,000 a year. We gave 1 million of that to the DSM for all our customers, and about 500 was provided to DOE. The insurance premium at came down about a couple million that 1 year as a result of, again, a lot of effort by, of course, our Vice Chair, Commissioner Santos. The settlement of the Tabers 3 and 4, out of nothing, we got 125 million that could be used for the, future of the power plant. Future power plant that can help reduce costs for all our customers. Next, succession planning. We continue to work. The 57% of our workforce will be retiring, so we've been implementing apprenticeship programs and doing other things to make that happen. Again, our pool is very strong. We have 45 engineers, of which 14 are professional engineers, and a lot of certification within the company. But this is all an indication of the constant training and maintaining high credibility within the workforce. Next, compensation strategy. We continue to work upwards towards the goals of the commission, which is 50% at some point. And again, we're doing it in a way so that it doesn't impact the rates of the customers. And again, there's a lot of awards and recognitions that were provided to Power, always within the first to third place in the safety award of the American Public Power Association, showing that we don't only talk about safety, we do act safely. And again, we've done other things, mutual aid to the CNMI, and also being a part of the board for the American Public Power for the past 5 years. Next. Energy and renovation in the community. Again, the electric vehicles are online. We're working on models. We've been helping DOE over $2 million in grants that we received for them to convert the schools to LED. We did the 500,000 to the Carbolito School for energy efficiency pilot program, and again the energy storage battery that is we're targeting to be on the line by January of next year. Next. So again, these are in terms of the environment. The new power plant will significantly clean our environment, getting rid of the RFO, which we've been burning since 1955 on the island. We use wastewater from the northern water treatment so that we don't tax the aquifer. And the commissioning of the Cabras 1, 2, and 3, and 4 will eliminate thermal pollution that has been occurring since, way back since 55 actually. Next. And again, the renewable strategy continues and you've heard this many times. We will have a roadmap to 50% renewable to you by mid-2021. So by around June, the integrated resource plan will be before you to decide how do we get to 50% by 2021. So a lot of work has been done in that. Island partnerships, again, tree trimming with the mayors, the bond refinancing. We assisted DOE in many ways, UOG in providing an energy building sense, GMH in their panel, Department of Correction in their generators, and again, other different programs, including we continue to work with the military in helping them how to get into how to have energy efficiency programs through the utility service agreement that we have with them. Industry partnership, again, we're an active member of the American Public Power, the board member for Region 10. And again, we have many partnerships with many, like the U.S. Department of Interior and others. And again, being a part of research to help make the utility better. Last but not least, again, for 4 months, we helped the TNMI recover from Typhoon U2. And again, that was we had a cost of $6 million, which we got reimbursed, completely reimbursed for, resulting natural labor savings to the ratepayers. Initiative for 2020 plus, meaning actually 2021 and forward. Again, these are the different initiatives that we'll be working on in 2021 or continue to work towards. And again, all related to the strategic plan and workforce. So this is something that, would like to bring to you, or would like directions from the commission in, say, by January or in January. So then again, we're focused into what are the key issues and concerns that the commission would like to see improve or achieve over the coming periods of time. So that Mr. Chair, is my presentation. And there is the annual report, and there is the eccentric report, which I wouldn't need to go through. However, that's a matter of record as to, the things and where we're going from there, no? Okay.
On each one of these KPIs, we need you to rate yourself.
And John,
Commissioner Sanchez.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to repeat, John, the rating scale we're using is a 5-point scale. You can be rated from 1 to 5. You don't need to be rated. In your case, you don't have to give yourself a full number. It's very close to the old school system. 5 is an A, but you can have an A plus and an A minus. You can have a B plus and a B and a B minus. So as you provide your scores to us, then we will take the same scale. I want to make sure that you have the same understanding we have as to how we're going to score you. So if you give yourself a rating of 5, you're giving yourself a rating that your performance in this area that we will go through item by item. 5 is significantly exceeds expectations or outstanding. And if you rate yourself a 5, you have to give a specific example or example why you significantly exceeded expectation and why you give yourself a rating about that. A rating of 4 is exceeds expectations, above satisfactory. A rating of 3 is meets expectations, satisfactory performance. A rating of 2 is inconsistently meets expectations, marginal. And a rating of 1 is fails to meet expectations, unsatisfactory. You will be judged. 30% of your score will be from managing operations. 15% of your score will be managing finance. 15% of your score will be managing people. 10% of your score will be managing information. That's 70%. And then 30% of your score is personal competencies, which look at strategic perspective, building teams, communication, information search, achievement, focus, and judgment. Each of those are 5% that total up to 30%. And in this section, actually, we have the commission really just do the scoring. It's our judgment of you. So the 70% that you're going to go through with us, that's more empirical. It's more based on what you've just presented and how might you rate yourself. And then after that, then the commission will take over and rate you on it. Are there any questions to how the rating system works, John?
No, there's no question as to how it works, Mr. I am just not used to rating myself, so I will just say.
We understand.
I would
We
just-
understand that.
I
We
would,
understand.
I
We
would just
understand.
say, rate me at 3 and we'll call it at that.
No,
I will
John.
not go. I can tell you that I rate myself an A when it comes to effort.
Yes.
Huh?
Yeah.
I rate myself an A as to really try to do the best that I could to save the utility and make it the best utility that it can be. As far as anything else, really, that all flows from that. And it's hard for me to,
We understand, John,
and that's why I present what I have, and it really depends on your satisfaction whether I have achieved what you think is maybe some measure of what you have, but other than that, I'm just going to rate myself. I'll just say whatever it is, 70%, whatever it is, middle ground average, I'm fine with that.
Well, John, I think you should think about that because a lot of what you put in here is very good. So it replies to these things. For example, lower fuel costs and then I think you should rate yourself. Oh, Commissioner Santos.
No, but I think and I probably more
Right.
where
Right.
for the most this metric not the one that
Right.
okay goal oriented.
Right.
This is not the first.
Right.
Clearly. And the most effect,
At the lowest
the lowest possible
Cost.
rate that we can get the rate.
Right.
You're right, Chairman Dueñas. You're shortchanging yourself because you're not
You're not.
you're certainly better than a 4, and if I can speak for yourself. But we were there,
Yeah.
for example, in the insurance claim, he made the final
Yeah.
B. Because in the end, all Simon and I did was, we can accept the financial reward, but is this enough to guarantee that the utility is going to stand up?
So you
And
made a
there was
financial
no
call.
possible way
Right.
that we could have made that decision without John B. being there. So, I mean, we can cite a lot of things, Chairman, Commissioner
Sure.
Sanchez, that he doesn't have to come here and tout it to.
Yeah.
That
So-
will give him, in his opinion, it's not a 3, John, for us.
Yeah.
We can say that safely. Yeah.
Commissioner Sanchez.
And I totally agree with Commissioner Santos. And John, this is a new dynamic process, right? This is the first time we have been very formal, very detailed in what we're looking for in terms of performance. And in compliance with the law, we're now evaluating you in public. And you have just presented to us in the last 20 minutes many pieces that are part of your evaluation. And with that broad background, I invite you to reconsider just a blanket assessment. And it does help us to, as we've learned with the other evaluations, sometimes you might think you're a 4 here and a 3 here, and we want to appreciate why you draw that distinction. And if you think you're a 5, in fairness to you and all of our employees, if you think you've done an outstanding job, we want you to tell us that, because it may affect us. We may agree with you and give you that 5. So if you would bear with us this first time, we'll go down through this. I think you'll find that all the categories that were in your presentation are touched upon somewhere in this evaluation. If you still want to give yourself a 3, that's up to you. We then will take over and do the ultimate ruling. But if you would just work with us on this process, and let's just go down item by item in the same way we've evaluated all the other colleagues, and we will evaluate Mr. Bradallo after you. Bear with us and work with us on this process, and just tell us your honest assessment of your own how you felt you did in the last few years, based on your summary and yeah, pretty much based on your summary.
Yeah.
Okay, I can, yeah,
So we'll go down at one.
yeah, thank you for understanding that this,
You find it awkward. Yeah.
find it very awkward and,
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
to me, in terms of my evaluation, to me, the number doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is
The
the
results.
group that I work with, or my bosses, or if you will, are appreciate or understand that I've done my best, and my best is really better than what others could have done. No?
So give
And
yourself
that's all.
that
So,
higher number, John.
Be it as it may, I can I can work through
Let's work through it.
from this process, and again,
And
it's
also,
very
John,
awkward for me to say something about myself. What you ask me to do something, I'll get it done, right?
Right.
But for me to say, but I will, at your request, I'll go ahead and.
and remember that we represent ratepayers, right? Our ultimate board. We're the mini board. The ultimate board is the rate, right? And in fairness to them, we want to be able to rate you in public and go through each of the performance metrics and have that information made available to the public so that when we make a decision, they understand the basis for our decision. We owe that to our ratepayers, and that's the role we want to play with.
Okay.
So,
So the first one
go
is,
ahead.
no, go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Commissioner
All right,
Sanchez.
so we'll start with section 1.0, managing operations. This is one of the longer sections, and it represents cumulatively 30% of your total performance score. Section 1.1 first looks at maintaining the reliability of the island-wide power system. Section 1.1.1, first box. How would you rate yourself in administering the daily business affairs to ensure electricity customers are receiving the highest level of service at an affordable cost?
I look through all of that really, and I will say I rate myself really higher than average and all of.
Okay, so give yourself
Give us a number.
4.
A 5, you must be specific in why you give yourself a 5.
Or you
4,
just
3,
refer,
2, 1 is just a general assessment. So
Just give us a
only
number.
exceptional do you have to document it. Yeah. So how would you rate yourself on administering the daily business affairs to ensure electricity customers are receiving the highest level of service at an affordable cost on a scale of 1 to 5?
Yes, go ahead. Yeah.
So Mr. Chairman, I'm ready.
But
And I don't, rating,
Commissioner Sanchez.
I appreciate how awkward it is, but I also recognize that we collectively developed an approach. We developed the criteria and part of our approach, and we can revisit it next year. But to be consistent, we have asked every one of the 7 that we have worked to detail their work. give themselves a self-grade, and I just want to keep that consistent in fairness to everyone else. And ultimately, what matters is our grade.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah.
right. But it doesn't hurt us to hear, if he feels he needs to improve in a section,
Well, maybe
that's
that's
useful information to us.
Okay, so Commissioner Santos.
But I don't want to predict what he's going to say.
Yeah,
Commissioner Santos.
And, you know, if you look at the table here, the three of you have served here the longest. And notwithstanding the fact that now we have a true way to do it, if you want to call it that. You know, John B. said, you know, I'm going to rate myself a 3. Okay, we all know that's not how we feel. Okay? And as awkward as it may seem for him, it's not. We still know what we need to do. And I think we'll sit here and say, thank you very much, John. And now we're going to sit down and do our work.
Yeah.
And that's fair to him. For me, it's fair to us. He said it exactly. He's ready to rate him based on her judgment. The two of you have been here the longest. You have more history than all of us combined in what this utility means. So, like Judy said, I'm ready. Let's get through it. John B., thank you for giving us your evaluation. Now it's our turn to do our job,
Yeah.
which is what we're here today to complete. So,
John, you should
Yeah.
stay. You have to stay for this.
I don't think so.
Well, this is the public part.
No, I'm talking about, this is us, our
It's
discussion.
up to you, though.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's
because
up to
this
you.
is open session, you know, you can always sit in on
That was
any open session. It's up to you.
Chairman, that was my
I'll leave
goal.
everyone. And,
Okay.
And again, thank you for considering. But you know, again, I would just go back to say that everything that I do the best that I can, and I stand to make sure.
John, we know that.
And you know, so okay. Putting out a tree there is it doesn't really do me justice. So I think the level that maybe should start is 4, no? But it don't really matter as long as the commission, which represents the ratepayers, no, are satisfied with the work that I've done, and that that I provide value to them. No? That's all. And so, but it's just thank you. It's very hard for me to rate myself, or because it's really, to me, the rating at the end is not significant as long as it's above that I am doing my job. No, that's all. Other than that, I'd rather go
Okay.
and fix the power plant, and all of that.
Okay, okay, John.
We respect that.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank
Thank
you.
you, guys.
John.
Thank you for your
Mr.
presentation.
Chairman, can we take a 5-minute break for the leave?
Okay,
Recess?
5 minutes.
Okay, so this is
Okay.
the commission's review of John Benevent. The periods from 2016 to 2020, but particularly focusing on FY 18-19. And we have the presentation from Mr. Benevent. So, managing operations, 30% of his total performance score. Section 1.1, maintain the reliability of the island-wide power system. 1.1.1.
Okay.
Hold on there.
Okay. Okay. Okay, go ahead. 1.1.1.
Administer the daily business affairs to ensure electricity customers are receiving the highest level of service at an affordable.
Okay.
Chairman?
That's 4. I'm going to give him a 4.
Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Santos? I'll give him a 4.
Okay.
Above standard. Results exceeding. 1.1.2, lower fuel and energy costs, identify improvements to eliminate waste and efficiency.
I give him a 4.
I'm going to give him a 4.5. I think the biggest impact is despite the loss of Cabras 3 and 4, which were efficient generators, the LEAC has been held steady or is lower than it was in 2018. And whilst much of that is oil prices, which is why in 1.1.1 I couldn't give him a higher rating because he doesn't control that, but dealing with efficient use of oil and holding that LEAC not only steady for almost 18 months, it's then reducing it since then. The LEAC today is lower than it's been in history.
Yeah.
And he and the team need to be rewarded. That's why I gave him a 4 point.
Okay.
1.1.3. Set annual short-term goals and objectives in order to constantly improve the efficiency, reliability, and customer satisfaction of all.
I give him a, and he's done this. You know, actually, every month he's evaluated by us when we have our meetings. So, he is setting goals. Both our general managers, but this general manager has goals. He's making things happen. Okay. Okay. So, what's your number?
What would your score be, Commissioner Santos? And I give him a. No, what?
Yes, the same thing.
You don't mind doing that? Recording the scores and then we'll input it into the.
Yes.
Thank you, Lou. Thank
Okay.
you. That helped. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. So we're now on section 1.1.4. Define GPA's visionary position by managing all planning functions and/or developing and pursuing new business strategies and defining key strategic initiatives for long-term growth, financial security, technology optimization, safety, efficiency, and reliability of all GPA operations.
I give him a 4.5. 4.5. Speaking to the mic.
I'm going to give him a 5, and this was my specific. We are going to, under John's leadership, the renewable energy portfolio that was established by Senator Ben Pangilinan in 2008. We were supposed to be at 25% renewables by 2035. We are going to hit that in 2023, 12 years early. Under John's watch, he has been able to award almost 200 megawatts of renewable resources, whether it's direct solar or storage. And we've successfully awarded that. They're under construction, and that's what's allowing us to achieve faster than was required by the legislature. We're going to achieve that portfolio. We're going to achieve 25% renewable by 2023. And as he pointed out in his report, that mix of new generation and And remember, he also got the new generator, and there was some opposition. But he got it through the legislature, he got it through the PUC, he got it through us, and the governor signed off on the land transfer. And the biggest part of his presentation that, in this area, that appealed to me was the 18.5 million gallons of oil that we will not have to be burning in 2023 because of the merger of the more efficient new generator and all the renewables that we're putting into place. We are going to reduce the amount of oil that is used to provide Guam's energy by 18.5 million gallons a year. Not only is that financially going to be better for ratepayers, it's going to be environmentally better for ratepayers, and yet the reliability of the system will not be compromised. And it's for those specific reasons that I gave him a 5. Okay. Next section, 1.1.5, comply with all federal and local laws and rules and regulations relating to Guam Power.
I give him a 4.
I give him a 4.4.
4. Okay, next section.
4.
All right, next section, 1.2.
4. 4.
4.5. 4.
Okay. Next section, 1.2, attend all CCU and PUC meetings. There's only one box. Prepare and present general and/or specialized reports of the affairs of the Guam Power.
Give him a 4.
Give him a 5. Extremely prepared, always thinking ahead. Carrying the
And I gave him a 4 also.
Okay.
4.
Section 1.3, plan and develop the structure of the authority's organization and provide for its staffing by qualified individuals. First section, 1.3.1, administer and approve all employee recruitment, reclassifications, terminations, and
I give him a 4.
4.5.
I gave him a 4.
4.
Section 1.3.2, establish and preserve working conditions which are conducive to the health, safety, productive motivation.
Give him a 4.
4.5. 4.
4. Section 1.4, provide for the determination of the authority's costs of electric service. There's only one section here, 1.4.1, recommends compensatory and competitive rates and service regulations to the board.
I gave him a 4.
4.5.
4. Section 1.5, devote entire time to the business of the.
I gave him a 4.
4.4.
4. Right, we now go to section 2.0, managing finance. This is worth 15% of his total performance score. Section 2.1 and 2.2, maintain financial solvency to meet operational capacity. Oh, I'm sorry, let's start with that. I'm sorry, 2.1, maintain financial solvency to meet operational capacity.
I give him a 4.
4.4.
I give him a 4 point. 2.2, manage operational expenses. Hold on. Okay, yeah. So I'm sorry, 2.2, manage operational expenses to meet budgeted targets levels.
I give him a 4.
4 for me. You want to do the rest and then watch?
No, let's at least talk about it. We can-
Yes. Okay. Keep going.
So keep going.
Keep going.
Okay. 2.3, provide for the development of the authority's financing program and present to the board recommendations for the sale of bonds, the use of bond proceeds. Okay.
We're 4.4.
Okay, I'm sorry. Commissioner Guthers, we were just on section, we did not
Remove
get your
one
score for 2.2.
So you're 4.5 on 2.2, right, Judy?
Yeah.
Okay. 4.5. Now on 2.3,
So now we're on
I'm a 4.
Okay.
What are you, Judy? 2.2. 3. 2.3.
Provide for the development of the authority's financing program.
4.5.
Commissioner Santos? 4. Commissioner Sanchez?
I'll give him a 4.
Okay.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
2.4, makes oral and written reports periodically to the board concerning the operating and financial results of the
4.5.
I'll give him a 4.
Commissioner Santos?
2.5, publish a financial report within 120 days from the end of the fiscal year on the financial status of the authority.
I give them a 4. They are always on time.
4.
4. 2.6, review the financial and system operational reports to ensure the integrity of GPA assets, their protection, and ensure the island-wide power system is functioning safely, to the highest efficiency and effectiveness possible.
I give them 4.
4.
I gave him a 4.5, particularly relative to the loss of Cabras 3 and 4, and still keeping the lights on thereafter. All right, the next section, 3.0, is managing people. This is worth 15% of his total performance score. First box, 3.1, develop sustainable workforce and leadership.
4.
4 point.
I'll give him a 4. 4. Implement succession planning program.
4.
4. I'm going to give him a 3. 3.1.2, implement a structured leadership and workforce training program.
4.
I give them a 3 here.
I'll give him a 3. Thank you. Achieve safety awareness and enhance safety practice.
I give them 4.
4.
I'll give him a 4.
Here.
Enhance employee satisfaction.
I give them a 4.
4. 3.
I'll give him a 3. Define performance targets and conduct performance monitoring against performance targets or standards regularly.
I give them a 3.
I'll give him a 4.
Actually, I'm going to change mine to, I'll keep mine at 3.
Yes, ma'am.
3.
3.3, I'm sorry, Mr.
No, go ahead.
Okay, we're ready. Okay. 3.3, conduct supervisory reviews and performance evaluations for executive staff.
4.
I give them 4.
4.
I'll give him a 3. Okay, managing information, section 4.0, this is worth 10% of his total performance score. Attend all meetings of the board and submit a general report of the affairs of the authority, maintain improved management reporting to the CCU.
I give them a 4.
4. I give him a 4.5.
4. 4.5.
4.
Section 4.2 advises the board as to the needs of the authority and approve demands for the payment of obligations of the authority within the purposes and amounts authorized by the board.
This is kind of confusing.
No, this
Who's that
means,
referring to? What is that referring to? Is that referring to the board asking for money, or is that referring to the
no,
money owed to
I took it that he advises the board as to the needs of the authority.
he does the
Okay,
budget,
so-
in other words.
And it's
Okay.
basically the budget.
This is basically the budget.
4 point.
I
We
gave
just
him
need
a
to
4.
fix the Pheno English.
We need
Yes.
to fix this on.
Right.
Yes.
Correct, correct.
4.2, yes. 4.
4.5.
4.
4.
All right. Section 4.3 provides for transparency on all GPA operations and improve accuracy of public media communication.
4. 4.
I gave him a 3.
I give him a 3.
Yeah, and the only area I hope that I would like to see improvement in is, and generally John's been pretty good, particularly with the media, but for example, we had that editorial from the Post, and we never responded to it, and even though when you look at this presentation, Many of the representations in the post were just inaccurate, and therefore their conclusions were inaccurate. You know, the fact that you lose Cabras 3 and 4, yes, it affected our fuel efficiency, but the LEAC is still the lowest it's ever been, and reliability, we never lost the island blackout. Well, I think I've found over the many years that people say price is most important to them, but they don't really say it's reliability. Because it doesn't matter if it's 5 cents a kilowatt hour if the power keeps going on and off.
Yeah,
And yet, despite losing Cabras 3 and 4,
we,
the lights did not go off. And we quickly replaced that capacity. He brought in 40 megawatts of mobile generation, quickly got it online, and he and the team kept the lights on by losing 50% of our 40% of our best base loads.
he made improvements to the Dedido 1 and 2, so he did a lot of things.
So sometimes, you know, we
The
get
problem is we
get a
don't
front row,
communicate.
we get a front row seat those achievements, and
Public
sometimes our
doesn't
ratepayers don't get to
Yeah, we need more
get that information.
proactivity in public
To be a little- He
information.
needs to be more proactive, and his communication team needs.
Yeah. Right.
There's plenty, I mean,
Yeah,
Price is low. The one, or the planned ones, because we're repairing a line or something.
better at doing it. And the new technology can form.
Right.
that's the challenge.
Just the way of life.
Yeah.
People have now, when, you know, you see it on your chats, cars up,
Yep.
good or respond, or,
It's getting better, but we need to do
Yeah.
more.
and that's,
Right.
obviously we gotta do better. Don't do that.
Yeah, we need to do.
This place has the best.
Yeah. Yeah.
We need to reach our customers all.
Better.
Better.
Yeah.
No.
That-
No doubt.
So that's an area John can improve upon with his team, directing his team.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right.
4.4, meet all required deadlines for filings, compliance reporting, and public I'm sorry.
3,
3, and I gave him a 3. Section 4.4, meet all required deadlines for filings, compliance reporting, and public reporting, PUC filings, consent decrees, annual reports, citizen-centric reports, etc.
4,
4.4.
Give him a 4. Now, those are more of the more empirical ratings,
These are
which
the
is his
subjective.
presentation. Now, we take over more of evaluating his personal competencies. There are 6 sections in personal competencies. They all have the same weight, 5% of his total score. And we begin with strategic.
4.
4.4.
I give him a 4. And if it's okay with the body, just because public, this is the first time we've actually discussed it. So this competence concerns the manager being able to place immediate goals and activities in a strategic. 2.0, building teams. This competence concerns concerns working effectively with others at the same level or more junior level with the organization. And I'm just summarizing from the first sentence. There's
right,
actually more
right.
detail.
Sure,
If ratepayers want to see the more detail of the evaluation, it'll be available,
It'll be available, yes.
through our variety of sources.
Okay.
So building teams,
I give him a 4.
I give them a
4.
Next section, communication. This competence concerns communicating clearly with others and may be used in a wide range of circumstances.
I give this one a 3.
I give him a 3.
4.
Information search. This competence concerns gathering information to inform decision making.
I give him a 4.
I give him a 4 point. Find that he always gives us lots of information. Next section, achievement focus. Managers with this competence are geared towards achieving results, and they will set ambitious goals and objectives for themselves.
I give him a 4.5.
Same here, 4.
I gave him a 5, Mr. Chairman. I think John is very much achievement focused, and more
Yes, he is.
importantly, the results speak for themselves,
Yes.
whether it's keeping the lights on with Cabris, meeting the renewable standards ahead of schedule, getting that new generator through the approval process from CCU, Governor, PUC, and the legislature. He's very focused on getting that done. He's awarded renewable contracts, which is part of meeting the integrated resource plan, and not only the law Senator Speaker Pangilinan introduced it, as we know, it's been amended by the current legislature to go for 100%, as he presented this morning and at previous meetings of our board. He's already working on getting us to 50% by 2035, which, if you look at the original bill from Speaker Pangilinan, he actually is going to double the goal of Speaker Pangilinan by 2035. Speaker Pangilinan only wanted us to get to 25%. We'll be happy to report to him that we're going to get to 50% by 2035, and now the goal has been set to go beyond that. Very focused, putting the pieces. Judgment. This competence concerns using a range of skills to evaluate situations and people and to develop plans and approaches for action.
Give him a 4.
4.5.
Give him a 4 point. And then section C is reserved for performance comments of the commission or any individual commissioner.
It's hard because I just want to comment that he's doing a great job. And also, I don't know what else to put down.
I concur. I think this summary is an excellent detail of performance. Many of this.
For the record, Mr. Chairman, I'll make sure Mr. John Bennett.
Yes. We'll put it on the whole thing, put on the website. Everything. Keep on.
So with that, I believe that completes
That completes our review.
And then
Yeah.
we will we'll tabulate the
We'll do the
results of
tabulation.
our combined rating.
Later.
The process for the public is we tabulate all the commission's individual scores.
And that's what we will print out.
We reach an average score, and that average score will be his
That's his evaluation score.
And it will
Right.
be made part of his personnel
right.
record,
Right,
in addition to the other documents that Commissioner Santos
right.
requested.
Sure. And at the end of this meeting, everything's done already,
We just have one more.
We just have one more,
Okay.
and then always, yeah. Yeah,
The public obviously learned,
yeah,
know that this part of our
yes,
Yes.
yeah,
Yes.
moving forward, yeah, and
we just, yeah. Right. Okay,
thank you, colleagues.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Santos, thank you.
Good day.
And for the record, is because you have announced your recusal on the, in case someone,
Conflict of interest with, I would like though for Chairman Nunez, stated for the record.
okay.
yeah,
Upon entry of Mr.
Medallion?
That, you know, director, he is my now.
Just have. Yeah, we're gonna have short, 5-minute recess. evaluation for this one, Mike? 18, 19, and 20? It's not listed in here. No, okay.
That's what I did to.
Okay. 18. Okay. Okay. We're back in session, in open session. We're going to do the evaluation of Miguel Bordallo, but I'd like to recognize Commissioner Michael Imchaco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, as I did in the prior evaluation of the general manager for GPA, I'd just like to go over the conflicts of interest sections that are listed in 4 GCA Chapter 15. I also checked 5 GCA and 12 GCA for any types of guidance on and laws that are require me to disclose any conflicts of interest. So just to be comprehensive, for GCA Chapter 15, which is the standard of conduct for elected officers, appointed officers, and public employees of the government of Guam, under subsection 15.205, conflicts of interest, it is defined as no employee. In this case, an employee is defined as employee means any nominated, appointed, or elected officer or individual employed with the territorial agency as defined herein, including members of the boards or commissions and persons under personal services contracts, and persons under personal services contracts. It defines a conflict of interest as no employee shall take any official action directly affecting business or another undertaking in which the employee has a financial interest, and the financial interest is defined as financial interest means any interest held by an individual, his or her spouse, natural, adopted, or dependent children, parents, parents-in-law, siblings, or siblings-in-law, in which an ownership interest in a business, a creditor interest in an insolvent business, an employment or prospective employment for which negotiations have begun, an ownership interest in personal or real property, a loan or other debtor interest, or a directorship or officership in a business. And although I do not identify any direct business in which I would participate or with which Miguel would participate in, our company, Pacific Unlimited, do bid on contracts for both utilities. It does not identify a first cousin as in the section F as it relates, but I do want to disclose that I am first cousins with Miguel. Our mothers are sisters, and for that reason, although I cannot identify a specific conflict of interest that is defined by this, I would, just as a rule, because of our relationship, like to recuse myself from the evaluation process of Miguel Bordallo.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Chaco.
Pick your friends, but you can't pick.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mike. Okay. At this time, I'd also like to remind the commissioners that at the very beginning of today's meeting, Commissioner Francis Santos had also indicated a conflict because, as listed in Chapter 15, he is a brother-in-law, and that's listed as one of the conflicts for General Manager Miguel Bordallo.
He won't be
For the record,
participating.
he won't be sitting in, so there'll be 3 commissioners only, Mr. Sanchez, Commissioner Judy Guthrie, and myself. Okay, Miguel. Usually we let the candidate talk first.
I narrowed down my PowerPoint presentation to just 100.
Well,
Great,
thank you very
great.
much.
Can we go to page 98?
Yeah, what we're going to do is, I'm sorry, Commissioner Sanchez, will you do the honors of explaining the ratings?
Oh, you want to do that before
Yeah,
the
let's do
presentation
that.
or afterwards?
Yeah, let's
Oh,
do that
okay,
right now.
Okay, all right.
Just so the employee understands the rules of the game.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Bordallo. You will be evaluated on a scale of 1 to 5. A 5 means if you're rated a 5 in a particular category, and And you'll be evaluated for both for managing operations, for managing finance, managing people, managing information, and personal competence. Managing operations represents 30% of your total performance score, and there are individual sections within that we will ask you to comment on, and we will comment on with you as well. Managing finance is 15% of your total score. Managing people is 15% of your total scores. Managing information is 10% of your total score. And personal competency, strategic planning, and things of that like are 30% of your score. But those are evaluated only by the commission. We don't expect you to have a specific presentation per se on those personal. And if we then ask you if you would consider rating yourself in the subsections of each of these categories before we rate you. If you rate yourself a 5, we just, in any particular category, we just ask that you give us a specific example of why you think you rated a 5. Similarly, the body is guided by the same thing. If a commissioner rates you a 5 in any section, we have to be specific as to what action or what basis it is that an individual commissioner rates you as a 5. Anything other than a 5, you can discuss at great length or at no length at your discretion. All right. Any questions on how the scoring works? We ask you to work with us. This is the first time we have been. We've created such a formal structure, but we believe it's worked very well for the other 6 colleagues that we have been reviewing, and it's dynamic. We may change it. We review you each year, but for now, this is the basis by which we will conduct your review. And it's for the periods 2018 to 2020 in particular. For the history, there was a review in 2018, and that's why we're asking you to focus primarily on fiscal years 2018, 19, 20. Since that last review I guess it was December of 27. That, Chairman, go. We'll turn it over to you, but we need our chairman. Hey, Mr. Chairman.
So
we've gone through the basics, and then you want him to present first, and then he knows about his self-review.
Sure. Very good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Very good. Whoa, okay.
One. You have the top 25.
Okay.
All right.
Your pleasure, commissioners, I can go through each one of the criteria. So choose.
Do you want to do it the same way we did with
Yeah.
Mr. Beneventi? So we had Mr. Beneventi, just like you, go through your presentation, right?
Okay.
Then we'll go to scoring, because
Okay.
as you pointed out, all your submittals are relevant to the way we will score your, and that helps kind of link them to do as you did by.
Okay.
That's very helpful.
Okay, so we'll start with the criteria 1.1, reliability of water and wastewater systems, broken down into several subcomponents. 1.1.1 is reduction in frequency and duration of outages. And I've listed 3 data sets here. The first is main breaks per month. And you can see in fiscal year 18, we averaged 6. In fiscal year 19, we averaged 5.59. And in fiscal year 20, we averaged 2.7 main breaks per month. So the trend is decreasing, which is positive. The second is post-storm outages. And this one is presented in average days of service interruption per location for that fiscal year. And for fiscal 18, it was 1.86. 19, it was 1.5, and then 0. And then the third item is post-storm outages, maximum day duration. So for any specific location during the storm, what was the maximum number of days service interrupted? And in fiscal year 18, we had 4 days at one single location, the highest. In fiscal 19, we had 2 days. 0. Again, the trend is decreasing. And part of that is because of performance. The next criteria is 1.1.2, water booster pump station reliability. We report this every month at CCU meetings, and you can see the averages are presented for fiscal year 18 at 93.7% operability. For fiscal year 19, 94.8% operability, and for fiscal year 20, 97.8% average. So an increasing trend of reliability over the 3 years. 1.1.3 is reduction in the frequency or duration of SSOs, sewer system overflows. And you can see the performance is a little up and down here. In fiscal year 18, we averaged 10 SSOs per month. In fiscal year 19, it went up to 15. I believe we had heavier weather in 19. And then in fiscal year 20, it averages it. There's a note here, fiscal year 20 numbers reflect only 9 months averages. Data there was limited. On the next one is 1.1.4, sewer pump station reliability. Again, this is something that we report on monthly at the CCU meetings. And the averages for fiscal year 18 are 85.8%, for 19, 84.7%, and 20, 87.2%. So overall, there's an increased trend in reliability. However, this is improved. 1.1.5, production well reliability. There's 2 metrics that we have here. The one is the active wells per average number of active wells per month, and in fiscal year 18 it was 96. In 19 it was 99, and in fiscal year 20 it was 95. And I will point out that these are monthly averages by year, but we have made a concerted effort to try to reduce the number of wells in operation, part of our water loss control program. We can operate with less production, so at service levels, and it reduces that helps us with water loss. The second one is the number of wells that we have on standby, average per month. Or reserve. And so this is 1.6, water treatment plant reliability. The metric I use here is in terms of grades that were upgraded with 1 out of permitted plants being upgraded. That I get Santa Rita from online. And then in fiscal year 19, it went up to 25%. We took positive this, started in station in fiscal year 19. So it went to 25%, and then fiscal year 20, 2 out of 50. So it's an increasing trend, and For 1.1.7, maintaining service pressure levels, there's a couple, or there's one metric that we're presenting. The low or no pressure calls, average calls per month, that's been up and down a little bit, 22 average calls for low or no pressure in fiscal year 18, 15 average calls per month in fiscal year 19, and then 32 for fiscal year. So that is an overall upward trend, which is not where we want to be. On the,
What, do you have a feel for what's causing that, the increase?
yeah, we've had a lot more issues while tripping offline during the more recent year, simply because of the condition of the power system. And so that has resulted in various instances where we have low pressure. Right. There's also a narrative response regarding maintaining service levels for pressure. As you know, when we completed the 2018 master plan, we did establish, we went from 4 levels of service goals to 16 levels of service goals, which included one specifically addressing the range of pressure. The first 2006 master plan only said that we would maintain adequate pressure levels, but we have expanded that and included targets on the high end and the low end. So the 35 PSI to 90 PSI range. So we have those as goals now. And as you know, we are implementing the pressure zone realignment plan in order to make sure that within each pressure zone, we're between those 2 levels by making piping and valving improvements in the distribution system. But until this project is completed, we don't necessarily have a permanent way to monitor the pressure in every zone. So we're undertaking that right now with targeted areas where we know we have pressure problems, either high or low, to install pressure loggers there and monitor that specifically. And then if we ever get to an AMI metering system, then we would have the ability to measure pressure at the customer's, each customer's meter, and get that feedback regularly, so we'll be able to monitor it. So that's where we are going in the future, and perhaps we'll set up different KPIs or different performance indicators later down the road. Okay, moving on to 1.2, compliance of water and wastewater systems. 1.2.1 is compliance with drinking water standards. There's 2 metrics there, the number of NOVs per year, which has been 0 across all of those years, 18, 19, and 20. And then the reporting of our CCR, Consumer Confidence Report, and Drinking Water Quality Report results, whether those are issued timely, and for all 3 years it has been issued on time. 1.2.2 is compliance with effluent discharge permit requirements. Again, this relates to the wastewater treatment plants. And the information provided in the narrative essentially discusses what the compliance requirements have been under the court order, and then when the NPDES permits were issued after the 2009 denial of the 401H, or sorry, 301H waivers, the requirement to comply with secondary treatment standards went into effect, and of course we've been technically in violation of that. We resolved that with Agate Santa Rita coming online. We resolved that by taking Baza Gardens offline. So for 2 of our plants, we've addressed the issue. Pneumatic Mariso, the upgrades have been completed, so that's a 3rd plant that we have. And then, as you know, we're working on Northern District, Agania, in the future. So the narrative provides an explanation of that and shows some progress with respect to that criteria. 1.2.3, maintain internal QA/QC processes. We don't have a metric or numbers for that, but I did provide a narrative. essentially explaining that part of the CCU's mandate to me was to bring on AGMs to assist with management so we could focus more. Part of the reason would be so we could focus more on quality control of the services that we offer. So we've made progress there in filling the AGM and filled right now, and the AGM op. Meter program rather. So expand them from that are deployed in the field and bringing them back for testing and quality control. And that is an ongoing effort. We have expanded it since we first started it to include equipment to allow us to do large meter testing, where we test the meters in place and don't have to bring them back to the test bench facility. So that's been another advancement in that area. And under the proposed reorganization structure, I did want to create, and we have it down on our interim org chart, 2 overall QA/QC positions. One is for overall field safety officer, and another one for field compliance officer. And the idea for both of those would be that they would have authority over safety and compliance and overall operations in the field with the appropriate authority, and we would use those positions to stay in front of compliance issues and safety issues from other outside regulatory bodies. So that's something that we hope to fill once we are able to staff up a little more in the compliance and safety. Next, on 1.2.4, customer compliance programs. This is essentially our FOG program and cross-connection and control programs. And so we have metrics here indicating the number of inspections per year. So we've including re-inspections. So in fiscal year 18, we had 516. In fiscal year 19, we had 332. And in fiscal year 20, 91. But that's primarily because of the COVID impact, the decreased number of inspections. Criteria 2 for the FOG program, SSOs due to FOG by year. In fiscal year 18, 60 of the SSOs were attributed to FOG, 85 in 2019, and then 51 in fiscal year 20. So there's an overall reduction there. Cross-connection and control program, the number of inspections per year for fiscal year 18 was 30, for fiscal year 19 it was 64, and for fiscal year 20 there have been 60. There's been a concerted effort to do those inspections, and we're augmenting our normal data set with meter flags. So we have any reverse flow meter flags that come up get sent to the compliance section for cross-connection program for inspection. And so there's been a lot of inspections in the recent years. And then the fourth metric is a number of notice to comply and notice of violations issued by year. In fiscal year 18, there were only 11. In fiscal year 19, there were 46. And in fiscal year 20, there were 18. On 1.25, meeting our court order and consent decree requirements, the 2 metrics that we present on normally are court order. And in fiscal year 18, there were 24 incidents. Fiscal year 19, there were 52. And fiscal year 20, there were 16. And in the remarks section, you'll note that we had a spike in copper wire thefts that plagued our remote well sites during fiscal year 19, and that accounts for the increase. We responded by providing increased security services. That number dropped. 1.3.2 is improve cybersecurity. The three metrics there are the employees trained by year, and in fiscal year 18 we had 257. In fiscal year 19, 262 employees either trained or retrained, refresher trained on cybersecurity provisions. And then in fiscal year 20, only 39. And again, this is due to COVID impacts. We've not had normal trainings because of that. Metric number 2 is cyber incidents reported by year. They're pretty low, 1, 2, and 1 3-year period. And then the third metric is the 2018 cyber assessment findings that have been resolved. So you recall we did the net penetration testing and cybersecurity assessment. And so in fiscal year 18, we had resolved 19% of the findings. In fiscal year, the number had climbed to 60%, and fiscal year 20, it's at 71%. Moving to 1.3.3. Ensuring the safe work environment. The metric we have there is the OSHA reports that we issue by year for reportable accidents. We had 3 in fiscal year 18, 2 in fiscal year 19, and 2 in fiscal year 20. So the numbers are relatively low. 1.3.4, maintain emergency response plan and readiness. 2 metrics. One is, one metric and one narrative information to supplement that. For the emergency response plan and readiness, we've in the past limited our involvement to the overall Government of Guam emergency response plan. More in the years since I've been here, we have encouraged, and the operations guys have come up with this largely on their own, so I won't take the credit for it, but they've done a good job of coming up with their own crisis response plan and readiness checklists, and these are implemented now. And you saw the numbers I previously discussed about outages during storms. In large part, those numbers have come down because of what the ops guys have done in preparing those checklists and making sure that they're followed prior to each heavy weather event. And so we've in addition to having the overall GovGuam emergency response plan, we have a crisis management plan internally, which we have beefed up, and we've increased the number of flex tanks that we have available. So the resources to respond to post-emergency recoveries has increased as well. So we've coupled that with some operational improvements and our ability to top off reservoirs prior to a storm. So that has also been a positive, which isn't necessarily reflected in any of the metrics. And then just for our formal emergency response plan, there's an annual review and then updates. And so for fiscal year 18, we did the review also in 19, but in 20 we reviewed and updated and submitted that updated plan, I think, to US EPA. 1.3.5 covers maintaining a continuity of operations plan and readiness. Again, similar, the plan was updated in fiscal year 20, primarily in response to the pandemic. And there's a narrative explanation on which has been briefed on before on essentially what measures we took and what in the coming moving forward, I think we can develop some performance indicators for this based on our formal adoption and annual review of the plan, as well as formal adoption and annual review of emergency or pandemic response standard operating procedures, which have been put into place since COVID-19 hit. So all of those measures moving on, 1.3.6, improve water resource and aquifer protection. As you know, we maintain a a good working relationship with WERI and have supported their comprehensive aquifer monitoring program by sharing data with them, and then they provide us with a state of the aquifer report and additional guidance when we need it, or additional analysis when we need it. I'd like to report that something that isn't currently covered by an existing program is, as you know, we are expanding the aquifer monitoring capabilities by putting in 7 new deep monitoring wells and rehabilitating 12 of the existing monitoring wells. So the ownership question of those wells, working to resolve. We're trying to work with the Navy to establish ownership and responsibility to sustain those wells for the ones that are inside the fence and outside the fence. And so for outside the fence ones, we've established a list of whose property they're on, because they weren't put in by us, but we have a vested interest in the data that comes from those wells in order to help us monitor our water resource and to manage it properly. So we are working to secure either assignment of or ownership rights to those wells with the government of Guam for the various properties. And then the Navy is assuming ownership and maintenance responsibilities for all the ones that are located. So that'll be reflected in the appropriate memorandum of agreement through the One Guam initiative, which I will. So that's effort that we are moving forward. We'll be able to define performance for this criteria. Okay, moving on to section 1.4, capital improvement program and system renewals. 1.4.1, update water resource master plan. There's two metrics here: the water resource master plan review and update, and then the 5-year CIP. So in fiscal year 19, both of those were updated. Fiscal year 18, both were updated. In 19, we reviewed the water resource master plan, and we established a new 5-year CIP. And for fiscal year 20, the water resource master plan was reviewed, and the 5-year CIP was updated. 1.4.2 is achieve target CIP spending plan, and this is tracked by CIP expenditures by year. So for fiscal year 18, our target was 71.9 million, and we expended 45 million. In fiscal year 19, our target was 29.5 million, and we expended 156 million capital improvements. And for fiscal year 20, expended 48 million. CIP target was 50. And I will note that for fiscal year 20, that number is low in part because of the delay in securing bond funding that was part of the target, 1.12 million for that fiscal year. The CIP number in parentheses is the target. Significantly, right.
Add the cumulative 192.41 to the targeted, they're actually a little ahead of the total target was 212, and you've done 196 plus 130 million. So over the 3-year period, even though some of you were ahead, cumulative CIP has
there is also a supplemental narrative regarding the targets, and essentially that's the moving forward part. I would like for us, as is spelled out in the financial program in the 20-year master plan that was adopted by the CCU. The idea is to move towards revenue funding of our annual CIP renewals and debt financing only of, lack of a better word, the lumpy capital improvement projects like new treatment, new pump stations. But annual pipe replacement, those things should be funded out of revenues. And so we've not proposed those targets yet, but moving forward we hope to, and then that'll be a metric Moving to 1.4.3, achieve water system expansion goals. There is a narrative supplement for our existing, kind of explaining our existing line replacement program. Since 2012, we've had a line replacement program that has gone through, I think we're on phase 5 now. So it's been through 5 phases. That has resulted in the installation of over 98,000 linear feet or 18 or so miles of water distribution piping. And that's, replacement of existing and expansion of piping to larger sizes. So we're currently working on several expedited projects that the board is very familiar with because of the many complaints that we do get about Holly Ferdinand Street in Santa Rita, for example, with construction. Casimiro and Tali Road, which I believe is in Chairman and Toto Piñata Road, which is pending final stages of solving. So these are what we have accomplished and the work that we've done in recent years and continuing to today. But in the 20-year master plan that provides additional metrics for this, we do have 2 programmatic items, the asbestos cement pipe replacement program, which is scheduled for a start in fiscal year 22. So we have not expended any CIP money under those specific CIP line items yet. But for the ACP pipe, we will in fiscal year 22. And then for the 2-inch galvanized replacement project spending, we were supposed to spend $2.73 million in fiscal year 20, which we did not. Again, that in part was due to our delay in getting the CIP approved and the financial plan approved. For the over 98,000 linear feet. Since 2012, sorry.
Oh,
Since 2012. Moving to 1.4.4, the wastewater system expansion goals. There are 2 metrics and there's also a narrative supplement provided for you. Essentially, that describes the work that we've done since 2016 in working with EPA to try and identify customers on septic tanks that are within 200 feet of existing GWA sewer lines to try and encourage connection to the public. We also have an existing sewer connection revolving for loan program, but it is meagerly funded and is not very user-friendly. Requirements to obtain a loan under it are pretty onerous, and therefore not too many people take advantage of it. And even if they did, we wouldn't have enough funding to many people on the program itself. So we do have in the master plan a septic tank elimination program that was identified and which does call for capital improvement project spending to expand the wastewater collection system by 5,000 linear feet per year starting in fiscal year 22. So we are currently conducting an analytical study which will include recommendations on how to improve the sewer connection revolving fund. Proposals that have been made and will be presented in that analytical study include bumping up the total amount available for the revolving loans, and easing the requirement to qualify for the program, and then also a public outreach effort to try and get more people to connect. So those are some of the anticipated ways that we could track this area. The metrics that are listed here are essentially just the septic tank elimination program spending, which won't be applicable, as I mentioned, until fiscal year 22, and then the sewer connection revolving fund, the active account that fiscal year 18 and 19, there were only 2 active accounts, and then 1.4.5, achieve non-revenue water loss reduction goals. There's narrative that's been provided supplement to the metrics listed here, which essentially explain the difference, the evolution of our water loss control program from what it was, more of a project-based leak detection and repair program, to something that is now more multifaceted and comprehensive, which the bulleted items that are listed there include the production meter replacements. I mentioned if we reduce the amount of water we produce, it helps the overall ratios for water loss control. Master meter installations, pressure zone realignment project, mentioned previously with construction. Pilot testing of satellite leak detection, able to leaks is where water lines are not where we've inherited this. Then also pilot testing of district metered areas to establish street areas where we can monitor water supply going in, demand, and compare those two numbers to see where there are leaks, and then form targeted leak there. And based on that pilot test, in a water loss recovery of 43 different. So our future efforts will be focused on establishing permanent metered areas wide. The metrics that are presented here for you, 2A, 2B, and 2 and 3, are the AWA water audit, non-revenue water by year. For fiscal year 18, that was 47% as calculated by the water audit software. And for fiscal year 19, it dropped to 43%. And then for fiscal year 20, it dropped to 40%. Now, keep in mind that these numbers incorporate all of the unbilled, unmetered, and unbilled metered figures, which don't necessarily show up when we get our annual audit financial non-revenue water calculation. Different calculations, so the numbers will appear differently, but it is showing a steady decrease over the 3-year period.
So Miguel, is this from a more simplified ratepayer point of view? Is that water loss challenge? Is this the where you're measuring the actual water loss?
Using the AWWA method,
using
yes.
the AW, which is the national standard for most water utilities.
Right.
And this is the one where it's a little more. Is this the one where it's a little more refined? We net out the water that we use.
Right.
It's been a perception created in large part by reality and ourselves that you hear the number 60% water loss, but these numbers are in the low, below 50 and are now in the low 40s. Is this a more accurate reflection of the actual water loss that is occurring net of what we're using plus
right.
the loss that is out there? Would we be comfortable in presenting to the public, or would you be comfortable in presenting to the public that our new water loss ratio is 40% versus the historically perceived 60%? Because in part, there's been work done.
Right.
How do you go from not so good to better? And you do work. And does this 47% to 43% to 40% reflect it reflects the work that's being done by your team, you and your team? And is it a more accurate public number we should share with the public that says, now, with the refinements that we've made, using the same national criteria that all other water systems use, our non-revenue water, unaccounted for water, what's actually non-revenue water, is now down to 40% from perception over many years that it was well over 50 to 60%?
So I would say I'm comfortable sharing the numbers, and we do, when we present the water audit numbers to the board, they are shared with the public, but we haven't proactively, for example, sent out a mailer on this. And it's a bit difficult to explain the technical reasons why the numbers are different. When the annual audits are done, you're looking at the gross number that we produce and buy from the Navy, and then gross or the amount that we sell to our customers or bill to our customers, and the difference is that is what it is water loss, which is not actually the case. The numbers that we produce, in part because of some of the work that we're doing, the production meter replacement, found based on the analysis associated with that project during the design phase, that the metering inaccuracies in our production meters, as they are configured,
Was overstating?
is
or
overstating.
Was overstating the
because they're
amount that
not-
we were pumping out.
Right. And so
That overstates the loss.
the AWWA method is a robust analysis which allows you to include metering inaccuracies both in production and in demand. The other issue that we faced, the financial data only shows what billing data that we have, and you know that we've had an ongoing meter problem which we've now resolved. But historically, and these numbers here reflect that history, we are showing we're under registering what is actually being consumed. And so that number
But that
contributes to a higher water loss based on finances numbers. But when we do the AWWA method, we have a sound basis based on our meter test data on what the metering inaccuracies are, and we can apply that factor, and then it tightens up the numbers. So part of it is tightening up the data, which we have spent a lot of effort doing over the last several years.
better measuring tools, basically.
Right. Better data, better numbers. And so that's what's being reflected here. So the non-revenue water as a metric shows a decline. The real water, real losses, which is stuff based on AWWA's method, but actually leaks out of the pipes, that has also declined from 37% to 27% based on AWWA method, more robust. So there is an improvement. To answer your question about sharing it with the public, part of our water loss control plan that's being done right now, the analytical study, AWWA has last year shifted away from using percentage of non-revenue water as a metric, and they are recommending an upgrade of the standards and proposing new metrics. We are hoping to incorporate those new metrics and then provide a standard reporting format, which we will then use to report to the PUC on an annual basis what our water loss control accomplishments have been. So I would say it'd be better to wait until we get that, roll out a very comprehensive public outreach specific.
But both 2A and 2B show a declining trend in non-revenue water
Yes.
using the national standard. And there has been the popular perception that, we're well north of 50, maybe 60% water loss in prior years. These two metrics suggest that we're clearly reducing that water loss through leak repair and better meters, because that's a key piece, is the meters have to measure right. And we may have been, it looks like we have been overstating the amount of water we were pumping into the system to begin with, which would overstate the amount of water you were losing. These two metrics, would you feel safe professionally? Would the commission be correct in taking this data and sharing with the public, or you sharing with the public, that there's been a steady trend of reducing the amount of water loss, call it revenue water, the different explanations that are used out in the general public? This is an indication of a steady decline in the amount of water loss in the system.
Discussing the downward trend. The specifics of the numbers is so technical. I'm not so comfortable with the commission discussing that with the general public, but, as I said, we get water loss control done. The recommended metric, WWA, present and package that picture will be much clearer and then much easier.
So you're suggesting that while there's a very encouraging trend, you're still creating the measurement metrics that you would view professionally as our GM are be more comfortable that it is a more accurate reflection of the actual loss of the system within the system. But clearly there's a very good trend going in the right direction, that all the different pieces of the puzzle placement meters is contributing to lower and lower water loss.
And that's also reflected in the last metric that's shown there, and you can see that this is the average number of leak repair backlog at the end of any given day. So over fiscal year 18, that averaged 70 work orders outstanding. In fiscal year 19, that went down to 9 and for average. In fiscal year 20, the average pressure line unit has done a great job of knocking those numbers.
Fewer leaks in the system that are requiring you.
It's a combination of a lot of things, meters, fixing, and that are reading of how much you're actually pumping out of the system. There's a lot of different things. And, you know, people looking only at the finances side, they'll see that different number and they say, oh, you're just leaking water somewhere. This is a beautiful thing you're doing when you finally get it all fixed up with your pressure zones and all that other stuff. We're going to be able to give a really good picture of what we're doing, what our water company, and show the improvement in the water company. Okay.
Moving on to 1.5, long-term strategic objectives. 1.5.1 is to advance the GWA and DOD system integration. I've provided a narrative supplement on what we have accomplished for the past several years with the One Guam initiative. And I think commissioners are very familiar with the initial proof of concept project, the Timor Maui well, which was a 1-year test, now under several years of successful integration and renewal. We also advanced the second interoperability initiative, the Santa Rosa Reservoir intertie between our reservoir and the Navy. We advanced it as far as we could. We could not get the Air Force to sign off on that. They had reservations about our reliability. Perhaps there's some reason for that with all the news that was all of our problems up at Santa Rosa, which I think, as in the last couple of years, there have not really been any problems. We're more reliable with our production wells and our ability to maintain the levels in the reservoir and the system up there. And we are, of course, building a new reservoir, a new booster pump station. That's part of our capital improvement program. So we've taken that as far as we can go, you know, and if the Air Force ever decides that they're willing to do the intertie, we've constructed up to the fence line and we have the design plans to complete it, and we'll just wait until they're ready if they want to do it. But we also are currently redrafting the framework in coordination with the Navy and Department of Defense on what the future projects interoperability opportunities will be. And so once that's done, I'll have a better method of tracking performance and providing the Commission with updates on that.
And go ahead. Commissioner Sanchez, go ahead.
How long have we now been running Maui wells? How many years has the Navy continued this relationship?
I want to say since 2017, so
Okay,
it
so
would
it's
be,
our third year?
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And we moved from a what are we doing now? A license agreement? or-
It's still a license, but I think they're looking at extending the term to 5 years as opposed to 1 year, so,
To an annual renewal of the license, maybe making it every 5 years?
yeah.
But you've had 3 annual renewals, and now they're talking about moving to a metric that says, we'll see you every 5 years. We're willing to give you a 5-year operational
Licenses.
permit. Right?
Yeah.
So that's just, I mean, they're getting more and more confident with our ability to preserve that, or run that resource.
And there have been requests about the possibility of us supplying additional water than was originally agreed to in the MOU. for the marine cantonment.
Because of the way we're running it?
I think in part, and I think also in part, they have their own constraints in terms of their projects and MILCON issues and so on and so
But
forth.
you can generate the water from that well, from the Maui well, right?
Well,
that they're asking
we're
for.
supplying, we're ready to supply what we, the
Promise.
portion that we agreed to in exchange for operating the well. But what we're looking at now is, in addition to that, can we supply much more? And we're currently evaluating it. It may take some additional improvements for us to do that, but the fact that there is a request means that there, in my eyes, it's a positive because it means there's a little more trust in our ability to
Confidence in our ability to run the system.
and
That's,
have them as a customer.
And when we feed them, when we feed the new Blas camp with water, how will that impact the water that, right now, we GWA use that water for our customers, correct? And then we when the Blas camp comes in, we're actually doing some water trading with the Navy. And is it from Maui wells or is it other wells that we're trading on?
Well, it's from our system, so.
Our system,
the-
right.
The way this distribution system is aligned, it's not necessarily true that what gets produced at Tuma Maui comes up.
Right.
You know, water generally flows in the other direction, from the north towards the south, right?
yeah.
So, but we're able to supply water because what we're producing at Tuma Maui satisfies a demand that was previously placed on wells in the north. So,
And those wells in the north will be what, the source of the
Right.
Blas camp
Right.
water.
and so there would be a volume for volume exchange. So we would benefit from that in offsetting what we purchase from the Navy.
that's with the Fina Lake, right? In other words, you're
For what we purchase down in.
down south. So
Down south.
instead of purchasing from them and selling to them, we're exchanging volume water.
Right.
That's a better deal.
Are we should set up a rate for what we, well, we're doing it volumetric.
Volumetric, see,
Well, okay, so
so
that's to our advantage.
That's
anyway.
to our
That's to our
That's to our
advantage,
advantage. I was thinking,
yeah.
or
No,
go
no,
to the
no.
PUC and whatever they're charging, charge them with buck more per
No,
million gallon.
no.
But volume exchange.
Volumetric is better,
perfect, is perfect.
yeah. Because their costs are going to continue to go up. We know that.
Yep.
Next, for long-term strategic objectives, 1.5.2, improve investment grade credit ratings. This is a tall order. There's 3 metrics there for the 3 different rating agencies that have worked with us in the past. And you can see they've been stable for fiscal year 18 and 19. And then in fiscal 20, we did receive an upgrade for the Fitch rating. So there's some positive performance there. And despite the...
Some people are slower than others.
But I think it's a testament to the utility in general that we were able to maintain the ratings in light of our borrowings post-pandemic.
Yes.
So that was a feat in and of itself, I believe. 1.5.3, balanced long-term debt financing and revenue financing. This is there are several metrics here that we present. The first is a ratio of bond dollars to IFCIP dollars by year. And you can see in fiscal year 18, the ratio was 12.58. So for every IFCIP dollar, we borrowed 12.5 bond dollars. The ratio in fiscal year 19 was 16, and in fiscal year 20, it's 9.
Part of your,
But I don't think
Right, because, I mean, part of the reason you're able to generate some internally financed cash flow for projects is by
Because of the cost
saving,
savings.
by refinancing and saving on interest payments. We can take those savings and start to build up the funding source for our internal, so, which does 2 things. We're not needing it for rates, and we're building CIPs without borrowing money.
right.
And those have long-term savings to ratepayers.
So the rest of the
Matrix?
The next metric is bond dollars spent per year. 59 million in fiscal year 18, 52 million in fiscal year 19, and 27 million in fiscal year 20. Again, that's in part because of the delay in getting the rate plan approved and the bonds issued. The
So
third,
this is basically money you're finishing off from the $670 million, right?
correct.
Okay.
The third is IFCIP, internally funded or revenue funded capital improvement project spends per year. And so in fiscal year 18, we spent 4.7 million, fiscal year 19, 3.2 million, and 3 million in fiscal year 20. And then number 4, the metric is annual asset renewal goal dollars versus IFCIP dollars by year. And so you can see 14 million was the goal, 4.7 million was what we spent, 15 million in fiscal year 19 versus 3.3 million for what we spent. And then for fiscal year 20, 3 million was the goal, and 2.9 million is what we spent. Moving on to 1.54, improve or maintain the affordability of service. So there's 2 metrics that are presented here, and then I also have some narrative on what our future plans are. For number 1, the average annual bill per year, you can see it's gone up slightly, 1,100 over the course of a year for the average residential bill. It went up by $4 in fiscal year 19, and then by another $200 in fiscal year 20.
$100 fiscal 20.
Sorry, $100 in fiscal 20, yeah, over the course of the year. So it's slightly increasing, and part of what's in the narrative explains that it's in light of our very ambitious capital improvement program that's required for the court order and upcoming consent decree projects. We have to balance, that program and the funding that is required for that funding, and the rate relief that is required in order to implement those projects. And so it's very difficult. The other metric that's presented is your combined water and sewer bill as a percentage of median household income by year, and this is something that we track. Has been used, these percentages have been used primarily by regulatory agencies to establish a utility's ability to raise capital for projects that are compliance related. And so you can see the numbers from fiscal year 2018 through 20 is 2.28%. And then in 2019, it's 2.29% of median household income. And in fiscal year 20, it's 2.49%.
Is this where they target it to be 4% or below?
Correct.
All right, so, and we're running in the mid-2s.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
The narrative provides additional information on what we're doing to maintain affordability of service. As you know, we are conducting an analytical study on an affordability program, which would make recommendations for a customer assistance program for the most vulnerable segment of our customer base. We do anticipate that when that analytical study is completed, we will be presenting to the board some recommended options for that, for the board to decide on. And then that'll establish performance metrics for this category moving forward. 1.5.5, improve and maintain liquidity reserves. The metric provided there is a daily cash goal versus the actual by month. And you can see it's 344, as the goal, and then 339 days of cash as the actual for fiscal year 18. And then 359 days was the goal for fiscal year 19, and we had 383 actual. And then for fiscal year 20, the goal was 389 days, and we had 470 days of cash on hand as a goal, as actual. And then 1.5.6, achieve personnel composition migration objectives. And the metric here is the market percentile goal versus the actual by year. And for fiscal year 18, the goal was 10%, and we were at 10%. For fiscal year 19, we were at 20%, but we hadn't implemented that. And for fiscal year 20, it's at 20%, and we had not implemented that. So
You're implementing it now.
So, moving on to, that takes care of the operation criteria. Moving on to the finance performance criteria. 2.1 is financial capacity to meet operational needs, and the metric is revenue budget to actual by year. And so for fiscal year 19, our revenue budget was about 112 million, and we finished with about 109 million. For fiscal year 19, it was 112.7 million, and we finished at 111.9 million. And for fiscal year 20, our adjusted budget was 105 million, and we finished at 96.8 million. Again, this is obviously due to the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. 2.2 is manage operation expenses to meet budget levels. So the metric is O&M expenses budgeted to actual by year. So for fiscal year 18, we had a budget of 84.5 million, and we spent slightly over at 86.5. For fiscal year 19, we had a budget of 89.0 million, and we came in under that at 84.9 million. And for fiscal year 20, we had a budget of 85.4 million in O&M expenses, and we came in at 78.7 million. So we are effectively managing our O&M budgets over the course of the 3 years. 2.3, the criteria is to meet or exceed minimum debt service coverage targets, and the metric is debt service coverage ratio goal versus actual by year. So our debt service coverage ratio in fiscal year 19, the actual was at 1.73. In fiscal year 19, it was 1.51, and in fiscal year 20, we finished at 1.30. As you know, we recently established policy levels of 1.4 as a target, and so we're below that for fiscal year 20, but it's because of the pandemic. 2.4 is to maintain cash reserve funding levels, and we have two metrics: the unrestricted cash reserve goal versus actual, and the specific reserve fund target versus actual. So for the unrestricted cash, the goal was 2.9 million, and we had 3.9 million in fiscal year 18. Fiscal year 19, 4.8 million was a target. We had 5.0, so we exceeded. And in fiscal year 20, 2.5 million was the goal, and 5.6 million was the actual. So again, we exceeded that. On the specific reserve fund, 24.7 million was the goal in fiscal year 2018, and our actual was 25 million. So we were in excess of our goal. For fiscal year 19, it was 25 million that was the goal, and our actual was 25.5 million. And in fiscal year 20, the goal again was 25 million, and we were at 25.7 million. So we've exceeded our goals on financial performance. 2.5, identify cost efficiencies and reduce waste. I did provide a very short supplemental narrative on that. We don't necessarily have a good metric point for this, but we will develop it. It's continuing to work with our internal auditor and the CFO to identify areas for efficiencies and reducing waste. And I think the audit committee, since Commissioner Guthertz has come on board, has been more formalized, and the auditor took us a while to find a replacement auditor. Once we did, she's been very good about putting together an audit plan and sticking to that plan as long as she doesn't get additional assignments from me. Unfortunately, she gets lots of additional assignments from me. And so it's been proactive. It's been a good relationship, and I think the organization itself has reacted very well to the IA and is assisting to identify areas for improvement in efficiencies and reduction of waste. So overall, I would say that we're moving in the right direction. It's just been a little slow going. Moving on to 3.0, human resource management. There are 4 sub-criteria here. 3.1, improve recruitment and retention. There's two metrics that we're offering here. The first is average days to fill a position, an open position. So we weren't tracking it in 2018, but in fiscal year 19, the average number of days to fill a position was at 72, and in fiscal year 20, we've brought that down to 49. This is in large part due to the AGMA's focus and efforts on this. And then the second metric is average monthly full-time employee vacancies. We had on average 63 for fiscal year 18. We reduced that to 49 in fiscal year 19, and we're down to 29 in fiscal year 20. 3.2, improve and or maintain succession planning. I don't have a data set for this, but I do have a narrative which describes measures that we are taking to try and improve succession planning within, especially within the operational divisions. Made efforts for each of the critical supervisory positions in operations for an alternate to be appointed. Individuals to improve their performance and step up to the plate in terms of making operational decisions and taking on more responsibility and kind of seeing interaction with management in action. So the seconds are invited to attend the PM meetings with their respective AGM and alternate so that they get a flavor for that and therein provide a pathway for their succession into higher positions. So been a little bit of a struggle with losing people because of the competition we face from other entities that require certification of operations employees, such as DCSP. The next metric is 3. Primarily, yeah. We've had very rare instances, guys that left for more money, did not enjoy working there or felt more fulfilled working. I've had one guy come back and tell me that he felt more fulfilled working here. Well, he came back. Yeah. That was one rare instance. Most of the time, the travel was in the other direction.
Notwithstanding
That's okay.
fulfillment, they like the check.
They like to check. That's one of the things I think that the CCU noticed a long time ago, Simon, that resolution, to attract, retain good employees.
That's the whole CTP law.
That's the whole CTP law and the migration plan. And one of the things I asked you, it's a commitment we've made and we've got to stick to it because, Miguel, I'm reminded of a story back before I joined the CCU. We needed a good generation person. Generation guy came along and everybody liked him. Everybody thought he was very good. And he ended up wanting 192,000 or 198, something like that. Right?
He wanted significantly more money than we paid our general manager to run that runs the entire system. This is just the generation guy.
That's the generation guy. And that's the problem. And unfortunately, a lot of people out there don't understand. We're different from guys, I always say this, and I don't mean to knock the rest of the government, but we're really different. We're the essential part. So thank you. We have to improve some more. Okay. 3.3.
Moving on to 3.3, improve employee satisfaction and pride. The metric we have here is employee survey results. We did a baseline in 2017, which falls under fiscal year. It was in fiscal year 18. We have not done an update in 19 or 20, but we are. We already have, I believe, a procurement to update a combined customer satisfaction and employee satisfaction survey. So we're working on the update for that. We do have also a employee recognition program that the AGMA has drafted for me. We were supposed to start it in fiscal year 20, but because of the COVID pandemic, we did not. So we're trying to pick that back up and set it in motion. So hopefully we have improved metrics to give you next year. And last on this section is 3.4, enhance employee training and development. The first metric is in-house training for employees by year. We had 12 trainings in fiscal year 18, 13 in fiscal year 19, and only 5 in fiscal year 20. Again, that's a result of the pandemic. And the second metric is the number of EPA certified employees by year. And keep in mind that this is employees maintain individual or multiple individual certifications across different areas of operational responsibility. So there were 79 in fiscal year 18, 80 in fiscal year 19, and 84 in fiscal year 20. So we're making slow improvements there.
Well, I think just for the record, when Commissioner Guthertz and I joined the commission in 2003, WA had less than 10, probably less than 5 that we're steadily keeping that 80s and above. That's a huge difference, and that's a tribute to our own employees obtaining and maintaining certification, and yet management always making sure that it's required.
Right.
And it's why we're able to serve our ratepayers better, because better trained, formally certified employees.
The narrative provides some additional background on that point, Commissioner, and indicates the work that management has done to, first of all, partner with Guam EPA, whereas before the certifications were only offered once or twice a year, twice if we were lucky. And then, so the employees had to wait until it was offered to take it. There wasn't necessarily training available until right before the exam, and then they'd have to wait 4 months to find out the results. Through our work with EPA, we were able to get UOG to administer computer-based testing. And so now that's the way that our employees are being tested, and it can be as frequently as weekly. And once they take the test, computer-based test, the results are immediate. They know whether they passed or failed. They get an idea of the metrics of where they need to improve. And so that has been a vast improvement in the process. And so EPA was very cooperative in working with us to get that done. And I think it has resulted in more of our younger guys being wanting to take the test and to get certified. The other thing that was done is we partnered with the local subsection of the American Water Works Association, the Western Pacific subsection, and developed a training program where GPA operators get hands-on training more frequently than they did previously with the EPA administered training. And so now, trade professionals, professional engineers, and also people with training background for operators are providing training to our guys. And we also purchased AWWA training materials, and it's in the subsection's library, but it's made available to our employees. So they can take the material home and train at their leisure instead of waiting for a class to be offered once or twice a year. So I think that has been a positive development. Moving on to 4.0, management of information. The first criteria is public filing requirements. And we have several metrics. Our annual report, filing dates by year. So we, in fiscal year 18, it was in March of 20, and unfortunately for the remaining fiscal years, we don't have the metrics yet. But we will, for fiscal year 20, we will file in after the new year. The second metric is the US EPA annual water quality report. It was filed in June of June to 2019 for fiscal year 18, and May of 20. So keep in mind that the water quality data for fiscal year 18 is published in fiscal year 19, right? So it's a complete year's worth of data that's required. So we will, for fiscal year 20, we will publish in 2021. The third metric is the OPA's citizen-centric report filing dates by year. For fiscal year 18 was filed in June of 19. For fiscal year 19, it was filed in July of 20, and yet to be filed for 2021. And then the fourth metric is our bond and DAC filing dates by year. And we filed in June of 2018 for fiscal year 18, June of 19 for fiscal year 19, and June of 20 for fiscal year 20. So those are all timely filed. 4.2, improve the accuracy of public and media communications. There is no metric, there's no data set for this, but there is a narrative which essentially explains some of the measures that we've taken to improve the accuracy of our operational reporting to our customers. We've issued guidelines for vetting information through the appropriate operations manager, specifically for whatever issues being covered prior to media releases going out. And then for our water systems control center and dispatch operators, we've standardized the format of media releases for outage notifications and so on and so forth. So that has improved our the accuracy of our communications with the media and public announcements.
I have one question. Thank you. On 2.2.
2.2?
It's 4.2.
I'm sorry, 4.2.
It's a misnumber.
Yeah, okay, 4.2. You indicated explanation that engaged media communications.
Yes.
So who, is that a company or?
Yeah, it's a company. So we put out an RFP. Several companies responded to the RFP. Selection committee reviewed all the materials, selected 8 wrote it. The public relations consultant. They have helped us so far with immensely with the COVID-19 response messaging and developing our public outreach during the pandemic. That wasn't necessarily what we hired them for, but they were available and assisted us, so they've done a good job with that. But we did bring them on to improve our public outreach, kind of help us with the long-standing perceptions that the public has about GWA and our performance. So we are we're investing a lot of money in improving the system and improving our levels of service, and we felt we needed to make a corresponding investment in how we message that and how we present it across multiple platforms and through social media. And so,
Is that a local company?
yes, they're local.
Are they working also with your PIO?
They work with the PIO, yeah, or communications manager.
They're trying to make a broader.
They are, and we part of the scope of work is to develop a strategy for that, which what is in process and was started, but kind of got interrupted by all the work we had them do with the COVID pandemic. But we are working on it. 4.3, broaden public outreach for GWA CIP and system improvements. The metrics that were provided here are the number of public meetings that we've held, both for the Water Resource Master Plan updates, which was 6 in fiscal year 2018, and then also for the 5-year rate plan and capital improvement program. That there were 6 public meetings that we held for that, and these are only the ones that are, I think for the 5-year CIP, there are 3 of our own and then 3 for the PUC, but there were multiple meetings that were held in addition to that, just with various industry groups and trade groups, public clubs. For fiscal year 20, we've not had to do any of that, and of course, our public engagement has been limited, of course, due to the pandemic. 4.4, maintain or enhance management reporting to the CCU, provided a little bit of a narrative on that in the supplement. And essentially it just points out that management is taking great efforts to try and streamline and present the data that we report on every month to the CCU in a more digestible format, providing more tabular and graphical information. And with the new media consultant that or the new communications consultant that we have on board, the intent would be for us to develop reporting information that is easily translate to other platforms. So once it's posted, it'd be easily viewable on your phone or on your mobile device. So we're going to work on that. That's the intent. And the final, under 4.5, meet all compliance reporting requirements. And the metric is a court order report filing dates by year and by quarter. And we've achieved 100% compliance reporting 4 times a year in each of the 3 years. So we've met our performance metrics on that. And for your
Is there anything else going on?
no.
Other than this, what else? Aren't you doing something?
Got one more thing. Top 25.
Well, that's
And this is the narrative
That's for our
supplement. And
information.
you talked about the narrative supplement. I was going kind of back and forth, right?
that's this one.
And then
And
Commissioner
this one.
Guthrie is the top 25.
Yeah, so I guess another evaluations, this was included in the form. I did not do that. I just presented them in the list here, and I broke them out into categories: operations, capital improvement programs, training and personnel, and administration and finance, and then lastly, compliance and regulatory accomplishments. And so I know you asked for 20. I gave you more than you asked for, but I only included the ones that I thought were fairly important. And these, of course, are not necessarily solely my accomplishments. They're the accomplishments of the organization, and I think all of the employees deserve credit for their respective contributions to achieving these accomplishments.
You know, one of the hardest things when we're evaluating general manager, but when we evaluate general managers, we realize that part of the thing is your ability to manage people below you to get all these things done. So, you know, we realize you don't do all of this personally, but you still need a leader who
Pull it together.
who can pull it together and make sure you motivate the people below you to do the work and to get the stuff done. I'm gotta say, I'm very impressed with your presentation today.
Very
I'm
well
I'm
done.
blown away.
This is data-driven. I love it.
Yeah, it's very,
I'm a
very.
data person, too.
So, and, you know, Miguel, it's a tribute to your whole organization. Whatever we say about you, it reflects on your organization. And sorry.
This is really a first
Yeah.
for all of us as well, going through this process.
I was just making a statement that I like to repeat because you're back in the room, is that, you know, we realize that all these things that are happening, Miguel doesn't do everything by himself. He manages a group of people, and to his credit, he's a good manager, and a lot of these things. Blown away with this, and, you know, really, one of the things that for me, when I look at managers, because that's the key, you know, the key to our organizations as a general manager. To me, there's 3 C's. There's competence, caring, and then commitment. And those are the 3 C's for me. And, you know, that's why these jobs are so important. You know, again, I know there are a lot of directors out there, but, you know, really, competence is key. This is not a place to do on-the-job training. You know, sometimes, and I've been a director. Commissioner Guthrie has been a director. And, you know, running a department like urban tax, you have to know some competence. You have to be competent. Because you have to make sure the people move where you need them to move. And I have to tell you, I had a lot of good people working with me, and I used to remember every time I was out in public, I used to say, hey, I've got a lot of people They're all working hard, and they all making me look good, but it's really a group effort. And one of my employees once said to me, "Oh, you like to give us a lot of credit." I said, "Yeah, because when things go wrong, I'm going to say, I got a lot of people too, and we all messed up." You know? So it's all of us together. That was my way of motivating them. But, you know, really, so just for the record, I want to recognize both our general managers for their competence, their caring for the ratepayer, and their commitment, you know? And so, what we're going to do next, Commissioners, do you have any further questions of our general manager? I was telling him I'm kind of blown away with the
Just
presentation.
thank you for the excellent detail. It helps us. I know we meet monthly and there's a lot going on, but in many ways, this review is as much for you to review yourself and think about it and what we have achieved or what you have attempted to achieve. And I like the way you say, this is what we shoot for and this is what we've achieved. Sometimes you exceed, sometimes you're short, but even in the few areas that your own goal, you're saying, hey, I didn't quite reach my own goal. First off, you have your own goal, and you acknowledge that this fiscal year, maybe fell a little short, but that just motivates you to, how do I get it back? Because I noticed in a number of these metrics, if there was an off year, the subsequent year was much stronger. It showed that you were reacting to, hey, I want to improve this area, and you have produced improvements.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that great effort.
We'll see how we score.
Now we get down to the scoring.
Thank you, Miguel, very much.
Thank you very much.
Have a nice afternoon.
Okay, can we just go into the scoring? Let's not take a break. I want to try and finish.
Okay, let's go quick.
With this for a second?
Yes, we're still.
I'm just wondering
But
if
I was going to run the laser.
Yeah, what?
Can
Want
I
to
run
take
2
a
minutes?
2-minute recess?
2-minute recess. Let's start that.
I'm thinking if she can score it while we go along, then we
back in session. You set, Commissioner Sanchez? You're our scribe, unfortunately, or fortunately for us. You're very good. Okay, we now have to give our scores for Miguel Verdalio. And let's start at the top.
Yes, and as a reminder, we're scoring them on a scale of 1 to 5. And if a commissioner scores a 5, they have to provide a specific example. 5 is significantly exceeds expectations outstanding. 4 is exceeds expectations above satisfactory. 3 is meet expectations satisfactory. 2 is inconsistently meet expectations marginal. 1 fails to meet expectations unsatisfactory. And you can score 1/2 numbers, whatever number you feel represents your view of the performance of this manager. And in this case, we've completed the review of Beneventi, and we can release his score after we take a review of Miguel and tabulate it.
We'll post them all on the web.
And we'll announce it.
We'll announce their
before we.
Right. Okay.
All right. So we're going to start with managing operations, which is 30% of Mr. Verdalio's total performance score. We'll start with section 1.1.1, reduction in frequency and duration of water service outages.
Okay. I score 5, and I refer to his breakdown here, the big thing, where he breaks out actually main break per month, post-storm outages by average days and location, and by max duration and at all locations. And to me, it shows a consistent trend of improvement.
Okay.
So,
I gave him a 4.
okay, Judy?
4.5.
Okay, did you get that? 5? 4?
4 and
4.5.
Yes.
Okay, I would like to state that the sheet that we were working on is not the same as this one. There is up to 1.1.7, this stops at 1.1.5.
Oh,
so-
maybe
also
because
because
we're using Mr.
we're
Verdalio.
John.
You know how to,
You're gonna have to give me time to.
do you know how to insert a row? You know how to do that?
Extra rules.
Yeah, all you
Okay,
gotta
so
do
when
is
we get to the extra row, we'll give you time to insert it.
insert it and then you
Okay.
score. Okay.
Okay,
So did you get the score for 1.1.1?
Yes, 5, 4, and 4.5.
And
Okay.
just so we make sure the system is right, because our prior tabulator's not with us. 5, 4, and 4.5, 9, that's 13.5 divided by 3. Did you get
4.5.
4.5?
Yeah.
Okay, then
it works?
it
Okay,
works.
good.
Spreadsheet works.
Okay,
1.1.2, improvement in water pump station reliability.
I gave him a 4. Judy?
4.5.
I gave him a 4.
Okay.
4.
4.
1.1.3, reduction in frequency and duration of SSOs.
I gave him a 4.
I gave him a 4.
4.5.
Uh-huh.
Improvement in wastewater pump station reliability.
I gave him a 4.
I gave him a 4.
4.5.
Improve or maintain wastewater treatment plant and well reliability. I'm sorry, this is water wells. I'm sorry. Improve or maintain well reliability. 1.1.5. I gave him
Lou, are you ready? 1.1.5, you have that? Oh, okay. I gave him 4. I gave him a 5. Yeah, for this.
4.5.
Yeah, and I refer to his matrix.
I think the chairman is documenting just why he gave
Yeah.
him a 5.
The active wells per month. And basically what this matrix shows is that basically we're improving our ability to limit the wells that are online, providing enough water for our community, and thereby allowing more wells to be on standby should we have a problem with that well, with a well, which means we have beginning to build redundancy in the system, which is very important, and to me that's worth a 5.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Sure.
Are we going to include the matrix?
Oh, yes, this
On
is
the-
going to be part
on
of,
the-
this is going to be part, this is part of the, everything
And it
else.
will be on the...
It'll be on the web
website.
too.
Okay, great.
Yeah, that's
Thank
why I'm
you.
referring to that.
Very good, okay.
I gave him a 4.
We're still at 1.1.5.
Yes.
Yes.
I gave him a 5, 4.5, Judy?
4.5.
And 4.
1.1.6, improve,
Put it,
Yeah.
insert a,
oh, you're gonna insert 2 rows?
yeah.
Okay.
Uh,
1.1.6, improve or maintain wastewater treatment plant reliability.
I gave him a 5. And again, I refer to the comment on the wastewater treatment upgrades and this NDPS compliance. And that matrix shows an improvement, a remarked improvement.
4.5.
I also gave him a 5. Bottom line is the Agate wastewater treatment plant was constructed and completed. The
Baza Gardens plant.
The Baza Gardens plant was taken offline. The Northern wastewater treatment plant, which is being funded by the federal government, which was a little more involved in getting the money and the design and all of that, is well underway. And in particular, the completion of that $30 million collection line, which as he reported at the last meeting, we're seeing less and less wastewater intrusion into this and overflows into the northern wastewater system.
Yeah.
And he delivered all of that during the last
And one
3
more,
years.
the agate Mariso.
And the
I mean, the Molesso pneumatic,
Right, the upgrade there.
the
at
upgrade to
Molesso.
that, which is in
So
compliance.
those are the 3 major achievements for the wastewater
Yes.
system, which is why.
And there are achievements for the whole, company, but he's the driver.
Yeah, right, so that's, those
Okay.
are the same reasons we gave him a 5.
Right.
Okay, maintain and minimum or maximum surface pressure levels for water.
I gave him a 4.
Me too.
Yeah, I gave him a
4.
4.
Four.
Okay, and that was for 1.1.7.
Yes.
Yes.
You got all 3 scores for 1.1.6? Okay. Okay, moving on. Simon?
I'm gonna add 1.1. I mean, 1.2.1, I have several.
Sure.
Okay, sure.
Oh, I see, he only has, okay. You have 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, 2.4, 2.5. Okay,
Okay,
got it.
no problem.
We'll have to expand Mr. Benaventi's list next year.
You know, I have to tell you, you've been here from the beginning, and I've always said I give you a lot of credit for the heavy lifting you did in the very beginning of the CCU.
Team effort.
That,
Mr.
you know,
Chris.
and I'm only happy to have joined you. I'm very happy to have joined you and the other commissioners at the time, of course. But the improvement that we are in at now, it's not one person, it's not one time. It's an accumulation.
Of course.
And it has just gotten better and better. And, you know,
Yeah, I think, I think the way we're measuring this, the way we are having a whole team present their achievements, there's no question, and Judy, you and I were here from the beginning, right?
Yeah.
But there's no question that the 2 organizations, the dedicated public servants that work for both GPA and GWA, and the cumulative effects of the different management, particularly, GWA had to go through a very complex consent decree. It almost was, there was talk of putting it in receivership. Actually, there was talk of getting rid of the CCU as soon as we started.
They wanted
Because
to.
we had to raise, in particular, we had to raise water rates, right?
Yeah.
But the chairman is absolutely correct. The progress over the last 20 years is tangible and visible, and you can see
And
it in
positive.
the performance. And the 2 systems, the way we deliver energy and the way we manage our water and take away wastewater from our ratepayers, is significantly better for the environment.
the sacrifice of our ratepayers. Sure, they've had to pay a little more for water and wastewater services over the last 20 years, but they're getting the results.
Yes.
And I think that's sort of that's all they ask. I think that's the major difference. It's one thing to raise rates or taxes and not deliver an outcome.
There you go, yes.
But I think by
But, you know,
all
another-
measurements,
Sure. Another thing we should remember is that the great intellect and foresight of the author of the bill establishing the CCU, Tom Adams.
yeah, well, actually, I think it was
I don't
Mr.
know who it
Forbes.
is.
It
Mr.
was
Forbes, he was
Speaker
part of it.
Forbes, because remember, he was going, his favorite thing was to elect the AG,
Yeah.
elect the school board, elect the
Right.
utility board.
But
He
I
was
think-
into elected
I think they were co-sponsors.
commissions and
maybe,
boards.
but
He might have been, but I think
Whoever
that-
they
I
were,
remember that Mr.
they
Speaker
were looking
Forbes.
ahead.
But, and the rest of the government, you know,
Yeah.
we've gone through, how do I joke about it? I'm on my 4th governor.
Yeah.
And 10th legislature, but those bodies have largely been very collaborative
That's
and
the-
cooperative with the CCU and allowing us to do our job.
That's the
And
key.
we don't bother them for subsidies, we don't bother them for help, we rely strictly on our ratepayers. And yet, when we've needed the governor or the legislature to help us, every governor has helped us.
Yes.
And every
All the legislature.
legislature has really been very, very helpful.
Ready?
Okay, you
good.
ready? Okay,
So
Commissioner
we are at-
Sanchez.
Okay. This is maintain compliance with drinking water quality standards.
I gave him a 5. And again, I refer back to the spreadsheet he gave us with the active wells that are up and running and standby wells. Oh, no, 1.2, I'm sorry. It's, yeah, I gave him 5 because of the number of, he showed the results
Then-
of the test that he runs, and the water is clean. Their drinking water results are the number of, what is NOV stands for?
Violation, the NOVs are notice of
No-
violations.
notice of
yeah.
violations.
We haven't
There's
had any in
zero.
the last 3 years.
Last 3 years.
We haven't had a boil water notice. When was the last time you've had a village? Remember, we used to have 2 types of boil water
That's
notices.
right.
Sometimes it would affect the village, sometimes it would affect
the whole island.
the whole island or
Yeah,
a
yeah.
significant number of villages all at one time.
Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't had a boil water notice, I would say, in over 10 or 15 years
Yep.
now. It's and he's documented it for the 3 years. Not one NOV has been issued by the EPA when it comes to water.
Okay,
4.5.
I gave him a 4.5 as well.
I gave him a 5, that one. Okay, so the next one, Commissioner Sa-
Yes, compliance with effluent discharge requirements.
I gave him a 4.5.
Same here.
I gave him a 4.5. 1.2.3, you
Okay.
ready? Maintain internal quality assurance, quality control processes.
I gave him a 4.5.
Same here.
I gave him a 4.5. I was particularly noticed the meters.
Yes.
The fact that we finally found a meter that works best for Guam.
Yes.
And we're seeing the
was
results
quite
both
an
in the water
accomplishment.
loss and the billing and the reliability, where
Yes.
we're not bothering customers with back billing, the reduction in back billing. So I gave him a 4.5.
I gave him a 4.
I gave him a 4.
I gave him a 4 for that also.
1.2.5, meet court order and consent decree.
I gave him a
requirements.
4.
I gave him a 5. I think
Okay.
he's 99%. He's never missed, we've met 99% of all the requirements.
yeah.
The ones when we're delayed, he has notified EPA, and despite the delays, we're still at 99%. We're really down to a last few,
I'm sorry, I'm going to change mine to 5s.
okay?
That's right.
Same here.
And he has successfully negotiated with US EPA a new consent decree,
Which we hope to,
which will be
Be
finalized
almost
shortly
shortly.
before the court, but that is well on the way. And it also speaks to the strong partnership with the US EPA. Commissioner Guthers will recall, it was pretty adversarial when we first started, particularly with a very aggressive attorney at the Department of
Justice, yes.
who did not think GWA would be able to do anything well and wanted it to go into receivership. And we have avoided receivership. There's not even a talk of receivership, as opposed to challenges at the hospital, challenges with
Corrections.
in our corrections, challenges in our own school system has to have an outside accountant for federal funding, you know. We have never, GWA has never been close to an issue of receivership, and in fact, that partnership with the US EPA, as you know, Commissioner Guthertz, and you know, Mr. Chairman, we used to get $2 million a year. We're getting $8 to $10 to $15 million
They've
a year.
increased the amount they give
They've
us.
increased the amount of support for GWA, which is sort of proving to them that we can be relied upon, we can be trusted, and which is why they're willing to give us 4 to 5 times the funding that we used to get each year
Right.
when before the CCU took over.
Right.
So
Okay,
that's for those reasons I gave them a 5.
okay. Next,
1.3.
right,
Right?
right,
Okay,
correct.
yes. Okay. Yes. You have 6 boxes for that, Lou?
I'm ready with that, we'll go all 6.
Okay. So the first one is improve systems physical security.
I gave them a 3 on this one, and it's a reflection on the whole company. They need to really improve physical security.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I joke with GWA employees about the tank right across from Home Depot. We have a beautiful gate, no fence, but the gate's there. And there's a padlock
Still
on
like
it.
that.
There's a padlock on it. Well, they're going to rebuild the tank too.
Yeah.
So when they rebuild the tank,
They'll-
that's what
they'll
they'll
do the fence there.
do the fence. But it's just, we need to really beef up
That's funny.
physical security.
It's like
So I
Mr.
gave them a
Trump's
3.
fence.
And it's the whole company, and they're doing it. I know they're going to do it, but
That's our equivalent of the Mr. Trump fence.
yeah. Anyway, so that's
I have that for a 4.
I gave
Okay.
him a 4 also because it's trended downward except for that
Yeah.
one
Yeah.
blip where
Yeah.
we had high copper thefts in
Yes.
2019.
Right.
So this is 1.3.1, the score was 3, 4, and 4.
right.
Okay. 1.3.2, improve cybersecurity.
I gave him a 4.
4.5.
I gave him a 4.5 for the reasons he listed in his presentation. Continued improvement. 1.3.3, ensure safe work environment.
I gave him a 4.
4.5.
I gave him a 3. We're steady as she goes. 1.3.4, maintain emergency response plan and readiness.
I gave him a 4.
4.
4.
Okay. 1.3.5, maintain continuity of operations plan and readiness. I gave him a 4.
I gave him 4.
4.
Improve water, 1.3.6, improve water resources / aquifer protection.
I gave him a 4.
I
Same.
gave him a 4.5 because of the monitoring wells that we've now put into the
Sure.
ground
Yes.
and even the other, when we talked about non-revenue water, he pointed out that one of our challenges was the way we were measuring the amount of water we actually
We
created,
produce.
pumped out of the ground. Those meters were overstating the amount of water because they were in terrible shape.
Yeah.
And he has put in much better monitoring wells, much better meters to be, more accurate in terms of making sure what we're taking out of the aquifer.
Okay.
So I give him a 4.5. Ready to go to 1.4, capital improvement programs? Okay. You have 5. You'll have a 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, 4, and 5. Okay, you've got 5 boxes in that section, Lou? Okay. 1.4.1, update, maintain water resources master plan and 5-year CIP.
I gave him a 5, and for the reasons that are stated in his spreadsheet.
Same with me, 5.
Yeah, he's updated both the master plan and the 5-year CIP on a regular basis.
Yeah. Well, one of the things I don't know, did you say your score yet, Commissioner Sanchez?
4.5.
One of the things I remember is Eisenhower General Eisenhower was quoted once that said, plans are not worth anything, but the planning process is worth everything. You know? So,
Very good.
Yes, yes, yes.
okay, Commissioner Sanchez, again, sorry.
We're ready. 1.4.2, achieve
One-
target CIP spending plan / annual renewals.
4.5.
I gave him a 4.5.
I gave him a 5 because his plan for that 3-year period was to generate $212 million for CIPs over a 3-year period, and he was able to launch $241 million. So he exceeded his plans on a cumulative basis for getting CIPs started and under construction and/or completed during that 3-year period. That's the basis for my 5.
Very good.
Okay. 1.4.3. Achieve water system expansion goals.
I gave him a 4.
4.5.
4.5. Yes, ma'am. The 20 miles of 20 miles of linear feet,
that's
20 miles of water line expansion since 2012.
Right.
It's excellent. 1.4.4, achieve wastewater system expansion goals.
I gave him a 4.
4.5.
I gave him a 3. You'll get better scores in future years as this starts to take off. 1.4.5, achieve water loss reduction goals, non-revenue water / water loss reduction goals.
I gave him a 5, and because in the narrative, he brought up, all the different things that he's working on, and he's actually beginning to get a handle on how we actually quantify revenue, non-revenue water, or what people call water loss. And so I gave him a 5 for that, and I expect things to just get better.
I gave him a 4.5.
Me too, 4.5.
Long-term strategic objectives, 1.5 has 6 boxes, Lou. Do you have 6? Okay. Long-term strategic objectives, 1.5.1, advance the GWA Department of Defense system integration of the two systems.
I gave him a 5. Yes, because of everything that he said in his long thing, we are making progress in terms of actually doing what I call proof of concept with our military partners. And I got to tell you, for so many different reasons, we are doing a lot of good.
Okay. I gave him a 4.5. The Maui wells, 3 years.
The amount of 3 years.
They're now talking. The Navy's now talking about instead of annual renewals to go to a 5-year renewal system.
Yes.
All good. Is it? I know, and he tried for Santa Rosa with the Air Force, wasn't successful, but he's positioned GWA that if the Air Force reconsiders it at a future date, the
It'd be
upgrade on the GWA side is ready to connect.
Yes.
So I gave him a 4.5.
Okay, Judy?
I gave him a 5.
Okay.
And those would
For
be
the
the
same
reasons, Judy?
reasons.
Yes.
The ones we just talked about, okay.
Yes.
Right.
Great. 1.5.2, improve or maintain investment grade credit ratings.
I gave him a 5, and this one, you have to understand that the 3 rating agencies have been downgrading utilities around the country because of COVID.
Yeah, but we're not.
And they were impressed with us enough that they didn't downgrade us. In fact, one of the rating agencies, Fitch, which we don't use that often, actually upgraded us, gave us an upgrade, and that to me is phenomenal. And again, it's not just Miguel, it's the whole company, it's the commission, everybody's working together, but he's the driver of the bus. So that's reflective of all of us.
I gave him a 4.5 for those reasons as well, especially the Fitch. The Fitch upgrade is, they've been the most resistant for the longest time, and they finally did the upgrade
Yeah.
under his watch. So that's why I gave him a 4.5.
Judy?
I gave him a 5.
For all the same reasons, right?
Okay.
Okay,
Same reasons, yeah.
okay, Commissioner Sanchez.
1.5.3, balance long-term debt financing and revenue financing.
I gave him a 4.5.
I gave him a 4.5 also.
I gave him a 5, because I think that, he's doing it, plus his annotations and his data presentation.
Yeah, one thing I noted was we now have money to do certain internal CIPs without having to borrow the money.
That's right.
Saving interest.
That's right.
And also the refinancings have produced savings that, and he was
That have gone
involved
back
with
into
all
the
of
company.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so in terms of the long-term debt management, he's done a great job. So I gave him a 4.5 as well.
Okay. Next,
Improve or maintain the affordability of service.
I gave him a 4.
Yeah, same here.
I gave him a 4.5. He's able to keep, he showed that the national standard that US EPA uses is 4% affordability, as a percentage of the median household income. And he showed that our rates are in the 2.5 to high 2s. So he's managed, despite rate adjustments, despite rate increases, he's managed to keep it as affordable as possible. So I gave him a 4.5.
Okay.
Improve or maintain liquidity and reserves.
I gave him a 4.
I gave him a 4.
4.
Yeah. All of those have improved.
That was for 1.5.5.
Yes. And then 1.5.6, achieve personnel compensation migration percentile objectives.
Yeah, I was going to give him a 3 because we're not moving as fast as I'd like us to, but
I gave him a 3 also, but I also note that, he doesn't have full control.
he doesn't have full control. Yeah.
That's why
But we
Again-
have migrated upwards
Yeah,
over
that's it.
time.
Yeah.
I
and-
gave him a 4.
Yeah, so, and some of these things I realize he doesn't have full control.
Yeah.
All right, so that's 1.5.
4 and 3.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, we're moving on to 2.1. Do you have enough blocks? Okay.
You need 5, Lou. For under managing finance, you need 5 blocks.
We're almost there. Hope so. We almost went a month through this whole special meeting. Is this
This
the
was
only
good
way?
for the commission, too,
Yeah.
to really get into this and structure it the way we have. This is a very, I tip my hat particularly to the chairman and
No,
Mr.
Commissioner,
Commissioner
you,
Limtiaco.
Commissioner Limtiaco,
He's really done,
you-
Mr. Limtiaco's really done the heavy lifting. Ironically,
Yeah.
he doesn't get to use his tool
Yeah.
on some of the folks.
But he did a lot of heavy lifting. He really did.
Gave
You know
us
what
a
I
really
mean?
good structure.
I'm very happy with his decision
Yeah.
on reclusing.
Yes,
Yes.
yes. Carried
Very
out the intent
proper.
of your law, absolutely.
Yeah.
When you're ready,
Okay,
Lou.
are you ready?
Okay, we're ready.
Managing finance, you have 5
Yeah.
boxes in 2.1, right?
4, yeah.
Okay.
2.1.
2.1, maintain financial capacity to meet operational needs.
I gave him a 4.
I gave him a 4.
4.5.
And I gave 2 4s and a 4.5. Okay. Manage operational expenses to meet budgeted levels.
4.5.
4.
I gave him a 4.
Okay. 2.3, meet or exceed minimum debt service coverage ratio requirements or targets.
4.5.
I
Okay.
gave, go ahead.
I gave him a 3.5.
I gave him a 4.
Yeah.
It's a little bit beyond his control, but
Yeah, that's the thing. Some of this is he doesn't have full control over everything.
yeah,
Okay, can I get that number again?
4.5.
4.
3.5. Okay. Section 2.4, maintain all cash reserve fund requirements and targets. I gave him a 3.
I gave him a 4.
Me too, 4.
Okay. And then identify cost efficiencies or eliminate waste. I gave him a 4.
I gave him a 4 also.
4.
4, 3,
3/4.
The next section is managing people, Lou. It's 3.0, and there are 4 boxes. There needs to be 4 rows.
Four
rows,
boxes,
correct.
yes.
4 rows.
Correct.
Okay. 3.1, improve recruitment and retention of qualified staff. I gave him a 4.
I gave him a 5, and you know, the average days to fill a position, we didn't even rate it in 2018, but in 2019, it was 72 days. It went down to 49 days. So there's an improvement in trying to bring people in, which you need to do. And the average monthly FTE vacancies has gone down. You know, we've seen times when we give them people and they don't hire people, you know, but he's beginning to work away at that, and we realized it was going to be a challenge when we did it. But that's why I gave him a 5. Judy?
I gave him a 5.
For the same reasons, right?
And I gave him a 4.
Okay. You got that, Judy? Right.
Yeah, for 3.1, correct?
Yes.
Okay. 3.2, improve or maintain succession planning for management or supervisory personnel. I gave him a 4.
I gave him a 4 also.
Same here.
Yes.
And then improve employee satisfaction and pride. 3.3, I gave him a 3.
I gave him a 3 also.
I
Judy?
gave him a 4.
3.4, enhance employee training and development programs. I gave him a 4.
I gave him a 4.5.
Yeah, me too, 4.5.
Yeah, you know, the thing about it is doing in-house training, and then the linkage with GIPA to try and get the testing done more often, and that, you know, you can't challenge our employees and then not give them the opportunity to take the test, yeah. So to me, that's 4.5. Judy, did you get all 3?
Yes.
Okay,
These are at 3.4, it's 4.5, 4.5, and 4.
okay.
We're now at 3.5.
There's
No, there's
no item there. I'm sorry. I should have just, there's only
So-
4 rows in that section.
There's 5 rows in the next section, 4.1. Okay, no problem.
Okay, and this is, section,
4.0, managing information. There should be 5 rows.
Yep.
okay, so there's
4.1, yes.
There should be 5 rows. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There'll be 5 rows.
You're correct, though, 4.1.
Ready, Luke?
hold on,
Almost.
okay. 4.1, I'm ready.
Okay, 4.1, meet publication deadlines for all required public report filings. The annual report, the EPA annual WQR, the citizen-centric report are as examples. I gave him a 4.
I gave him a 4.
I gave him a 5.
Okay, why?
That's discussed in his data spectrum.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay. 4.2, improve accuracy of public/media communications. I gave him a 3.5.
I gave him a 3.5 also.
Yeah, me too. We need to work on that.
And it's a hard one, you know,
Yes.
it's very hard.
4.3, broaden public outreach for GWA CIP and system improvements. I gave him a 3.
I gave him a 3 also.
I gave him a 4.
Judy, one more time, louder.
I gave him a 4, I'm sorry.
Okay, so, okay, 4, 3, and 4.
No, 3, and 4, or, okay, Commissioner Sanchez? one more time.
4.4, maintain or enhance the management reporting to CCU. I gave him a 4.5.
Me too.
I gave him a 4.
Did you get 4.4, the 3 scores for maintaining or enhancing management reporting to CCU, Lou?
Yes,
Okay.
section 4.4,
Okay, great. And then 4.5, or row 4.5, meet all compliance reporting requirements of the court order, the consent decree. I gave him a 4.
Me too, 4.
I gave him 4.5. Right. That's
Then we go to
the,
personal competence.
Personal
Does
competence.
that format have those showing?
oh yeah, I forgot to check that one. You don't have to see
Yeah,
it.
strategic perspective, building team, and these are really our own
These are, all,
judgments.
yeah.
There's a section B, is that what you're looking
Yes,
Yes.
yes, that's exactly right.
There should be 5,
1 to 6?
1 to 6, yes.
Yes. Okay, so strategic perspective. Competence concerns the manager being able to place immediate goals and activities in a strategic context. I gave him a 5. I think his updated CIPs, his updated water resource master plan, I find Miguel is very strategic in his thinking about how to connect with building the Santa Rosa solution with the option to tie into the military, even though they said not at this time. I think he's an excellent planner and actually an implementer, because he updates the master plan, he updates the CIP plan.
And he
Those are all
builds.
married to a rate plan, so I gave him a 5. I think
I gave him a 5 also.
he's a very strong strategic manager
Same
Yes.
here.
Yes.
for those reasons. Okay. The next section is building teams. And I gave him a 4. I think he's added a bunch of good players to his team.
I gave him a 4.5.
Me too, 4.5.
4.5 for 2 and 4 on the other.
Right.
The next one is communication. I give him a 4.
I gave him a 4 also.
I gave him a 4.5.
Information search, I gave him a 4.5.
I also gave him a 4.5.
Same here.
Okay, then number 5, achievement focus. I gave him a 4.5.
4.5.
I also gave him a 4.5. Yeah.
Number 6, judgment. I gave him a 4.5.
Same.
I gave him a 4.5 also.
He's a very capable and competent manager.
Yes.
Okay.
I think that's it.
That completes the numeric side. Is there anything the commissioners want to add to the performance comments or the
No.
developmental recommendations?
No, I just want to repeat myself that I'm very happy with the matrix that he brought out, with all that he submitted to us. I'm particularly happy with the narrative that he wrote every time he had to show us a problem or show us a good example. He wrote a narrative. And I'm going to look at the top 25 GWA accomplishments, because I know there are a lot of them, but I think he hit all the marks that we needed to hit.
I think we are, Mr. Chairman, I think we're very blessed to have
Yes.
2 very strong general managers
Yes,
that
we are.
have chosen to work on behalf of the ratepayers and the CCU. These are not easy jobs. These are 24/7 jobs. They touch every family, every business, every citizen of this island. They need energy, they need water, and they need their wastewater to be taken away from them and have the environment protected when that's done. On the power side, you've got renewables and conventional. You've got a very changing world in that, and yet we're well ahead of our renewable goal that was set originally. We're well on our way to the new renewable goal. And yet we still have that new generator that's going to provide the reliability
Yes.
while we work our way towards maximizing the amount of renewables the system can handle, yet keeping the lights on. The significant drop in the amount of oil we will consume on Guam for the same amount of energy and in the future.
Yeah.
So we're well positioned to continue to reduce our carbon footprint. And on Miguel's side, you've got Agate done, you're going wastewater plant, you got Molesu done, you got Northern done.
We know we'll have to get to the Agana, but given the success of the other three projects, I have no doubt that Miguel is exactly the right person to help design that solution as we look forward to that piece of the puzzle, because that's going to be required of us to finally address the upgrade of Agana. But at all the other levels, Miguel has done like John has done.
And you know, I
an
want to
excellent
also
job.
once again, make the statement that these are the general managers. They drive the bus. But it's also a testament to the teams that they have assembled and to the workforce below them that's working. We have two very good companies. And the people of Guam are getting good service, reliable service, and they're paying a rate that is fair and a rate that's needed to get that good service. So, you know, I mean,
Very important.
that's very important.
Mr. Chairman, I just also want to say that, all of our years of experience with GPA and GWA, we've seen growth in the professionalism of the organizations.
Okay.
And all the employees that contribute to the success of these two organizations,
Okay.
led by very competent general managers. We're very, very fortunate, as you said. Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay, and, yes,
May I request a 5-minute recess just so we can finish the
Sure.
tabulation?
Okay.
Mr. Dyer, we do have the
tabulation for,
tabulation for Mr.
Okay.
Benavente, so we
Okay,
can release it,
sure.
announce it publicly. and-
yes,
Thank
yes.
you.
5 minute. I'm gonna get. completed our evaluations now of our two general managers in public. Commissioners, can we announce the scores for our two general managers? Madam Chalco?
Mr. Chair, since I was not part of either of the evaluations, I would prefer maybe the other
Okay,
commissioners.
So Commissioner Sanchez, would you mind?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the cumulative score for Miguel Berdallo, the GWA General Manager, was 4.25,
Okay,
which means his score is slightly higher than exceeds expectations and above satisfactory. So
Okay.
The score for Mr. Benavente was 4.09, which again means that he has exceeded expectations and is above satisfactory.
okay. Thank you very much.
And if I may, and I'm
Sure.
sure my colleagues will join us, that, that's a numeric score and based on the weighted average of performance. But I just want to say that over the past 3 years that we have reviewed in the past weeks, that it's clear that our two general managers are doing an excellent job. It shows in their score, it shows in the outcomes of their work. I look forward to sharing the details of their work as they present it to us and as we review, that will be made public as required by law. But the people are well served by John Benavente and Miguel Berdallo in terms of continuing to improve the utilities, having them provide reliable service as affordably as possible, and planning for the future. They've built good teams, and they've done an excellent job in managing our utilities, and their scores reflect that.
Okay. Any other question? Commissioner Guthers?
Also, I'd like to first say that this has been a very, very helpful interaction, this evaluation process. And it's been healthy for not just our two general managers, but as well as all of us involved.
Okay.
Through this procedure that we've developed, we've been able to get very good insight and understand the achievements and some of the challenges that still remain within our agencies. At this time, Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion that we acknowledge, of course, the hard work of our general managers, but at this time that we retain our current salary structure for our
Okay.
general managers
And all our employees?
and all of our
The
employees
seven.
that we evaluate.
Yes.
We
okay.
evaluate 7
Okay.
personnel here at the two utilities, and it's important that we acknowledge the
Okay,
constraints in our community right now, and
okay.
I do move that we maintain the current salary structure.
And,
I'll second it, Mr. Chairman, and on the motion, all 7 of our direct reports have done a great job and scored well. But I agree with Commissioner Guthers. We're going to ask them to make the sacrifice that many of our ratepayers are already making, dealing with COVID. If times were better for the entire community, they would probably merit an adjustment. In fact, in my view, they would merit an adjustment. But I agree with Commissioner Guthers that the timing now requires everyone to sacrifice and share in the challenge that we all are dealing with COVID-19 and its impacts throughout the island, and that we will revisit their situation when the community's situation is better.
okay, that's a motion, seconded.
Yeah.
Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion
Motion
to adjourn.
to adjourn, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. It's been a long process, but a
Thank
good
you.
one.
We'll see
Thank you very
everybody
much.
in January.
And Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Absolutely.
Happy holidays. Happy New
Happy
Year.
holidays.
We can't make 2020 leave quickly.